Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Dimitri AlkBattery Toledo. Welcome to the Fight Night Rift brought to you by GiantSlayer. I am joined by a very lovely second co-host here. He's not quite as bald, he doesn't quite have as many muscles, but he's here. Zephyr, how are we doing today?
I am in fact here and I'm looking to play, maybe match up to the man himself, the Titan I was describing behind the scenes, that is Kangas. And while, as you have stated, I don't quite have as less hair as him, I've got more. I've got plenty more. It's very long, and currently it's put into a very nice bun in my head.
That's what I love to see. Look, you know, you got the chops to match as well. But today we have got a couple of matches ahead of us here. We've got some Wild Rift fun to have as we take a look at our format. If you have not been here before at the Fight Night Rift, welcome to every other Tuesday. We've got 4 teams playing in a best-of-1 single round robin. If you want to have your chance at this, it's an invitational. You can come in, you can play against some of the best. Top 2 go to finals in a best-of-5 playing for that $1,000 prize pool. Zephyr, I know you were saying you're a college student, $500. Are you sure it's just going to go straight up to rent, or maybe you're gonna splurge on yourself? Maybe an Apex skin?
Dimitri, as much as I would like to look at some of those absolute beauties that are the new heirloom skins, I don't have a choice. That is what the American education system does to us all.
I feel that. I've got some scholarships on the back, but we get to take a look at the round robin matchups here. For anyone who's also joining us again, it is best of ones. Every single one of these rounds will be happening concurrently, so we'll be watching one of these on stream, and the other one will be happening off elsewhere. So today we'll be following Sentinels throughout the day, but we've got Infinity, Cloud9, and Suzaku following them as well. Today, like we were just saying, Infinity, our first match. Zephyr, I know you have some background on these teams, talking about them from previous Rift Masters events in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. Infinity and Cloud9 especially, they showed up, well, at least Cloud9 specifically, made their way towards that main event in the end. Infinity also playing through some of those qualifiers as well. I'm not quite as well versed when we start talking about teams like Sentinels here or Suzaku, but after things like WNS here in these last few days, I've gotten the opportunity to check out how they have improved here within the beginning embers of 2020.
Exactly. We've got the brand new season. If you're also keeping up on Wild Rift Esports, we just had our first qualifier happen this last weekend. Day 1 and Day 2 had a lot of awesome matches. And Infinity actually coming off of a really nice win in a best-of-5 over in the LATAM region. They just finished playing some of the open qualifiers over there for the WLL. I'm a little sad that I didn't get to watch any of the stream games. Everybody at home, please stream your games. Let's take a look at these rosters for these teams, because I've been waiting to see more of Infinity and more of the LATAM region as a whole.
Absolutely. Infinity here, mad story for them, having some great success surpassing teams like Nagawara and the like here in the LATAM region to now take what is a dominant position. You know, kind of went back and forth in a 50-50 scenario for a long time. And at this point, I can confidently say this is the best team coming out of that region. Madalex, Yeso, Gene, Hunter, Wizard, all star players, loving that early game itself. And we'll hopefully get the opportunity to see that here in their matchup against Sentinels.
Hopefully, and Sentinels are looking to defend their title here in North America. They did get second place in the WNS, but you know, throwing their weight around, they want to stop all the rest of the teams. And when I say, look, you're going to come at us, we're going to take you down. We're going to try to keeping our game up. And in North America, I think a lot of the storyline for some of the other teams was just, you know, iron sharpens iron, right? At that point, like, we're just trying to become the best as much as possible. And now that we've taken down Tribe, a lot of people are looking to try and, you know, take that throne for themselves.
Absolutely. And Sentinels here definitely putting themselves above the rest. And we can talk about teams like Immortals some other day.
Exactly.
In their own
They're not even here. They didn't get the invite.
They're not even here. They're not invited. It doesn't matter. Sentinels are the top dog to beat today. That's who you have to perform against if you want to come out on top, make a statement. And that's why, of course, we're following them all night.
Yes, and Sentinels as well have had some really interesting drafts. Taking a look at the last community tournament that happened actually for Infinity, they've been playing almost exclusively mages bot lane. I saw a lot of Morgana Leona, there was an Orianna at certain points, and I think that matches up really, really excellently, compositionally speaking, against Sentinels, who tend to play a lot of different bot lanes. They were one of the first people in North America to bring out sentinels, and most recently the WNS, they're playing Twisted Fate 80 carry, which hopefully if we get to it, I'll bring up a really fun story about it, but I wonder if Infinity are really keyed in on their matchups there.
I'll be interested to see how Hunter and Wizard pull that off. I know that's something new that you brought up to me, so seeing how those mages come into play bot lane will definitely be important. But I'm obviously going to be looking more notably towards Yasuo and Jhin up here in our mid and jungle. They're a dominant force that continues to provide for the life of this entire team. We talk about early rotations, putting a foot out there. This is not a squad that excels when it comes to the lane-to-lane matchup. They help each other out here. So we're talking about all of the pressure kind of dispersing out of those lanes, especially here as you get the opportunity to start looking at some of these bans. Nothing too crazy off yet. Some standard ones coming through here.
Okay, good job from Infinity. This kind of stays in line with what we've been seeing from LatAm for specifically Infinity in their drafts, especially if they're going to be playing blue side. It's almost exclusively Lulu, a little bit of Camille, very much a Galio as well. Carlito's really kind of carrying the weight of making sure that champion never makes it available. But it looks like they're going to let through Camille. They're going to have Fiora hit the ban table as well. And Sentinels still doing their homework. They've taken away Varus. They don't want to try and play against it. And Morgana, I'm expecting also maybe Orianna as well. Twisted Fate kind of has fallen off the meta, but we've seen Jhin in the last couple of weeks pick up this champion. So maybe we'll get something a little bit spicy there.
Jhin, I have seen Jhin play Twisted Fate before. I don't think it's the absolute pinnacle of what he's capable of. I think there's a lot better picks in terms of spreading the wealth for him here in the mid, but at the end of the day, it is going to be that Thresh. So continuing to put their focus down towards Hunter and Wizard there, which is surprising to me. I don't think that's really the keystone Infinity, but Sentinels, they're the ones that lead this, and no surprise, they didn't ban the Camille, so they of course take it themselves.
Yeah, this is an interesting piece of tech because Sentinels are one of the only teams to really let Set through. I'm kind of wondering if we'll get to see the pit boss himself come in later throughout the draft, or maybe later in our games throughout the best of ones, because this champion has been dominating a ton of regions, and it has been no stranger here in North America. And Sentinels, they let it go through in their games during the WNS. They thought the Camille was the perfect counter pick for that, and it looks like MTS, he's like, I'm not afraid of playing either side of the matchup here. I'm just gonna go with it.
More dominance out and seen here from MTS. No surprise there. Stop saying that one. Either way, Olaf to put them on as well here. Continue the aggression that we're starting to see come out here from the Sentinels. Sheesh, an absolute madman in the jungle to make that Olaf.
This is a cool composition so far. Infinity are going for a lot of melee carries that tend to take a little bit of time to scale up, but still have some strong team fight fundamentals. But you're playing them against Set and Olaf, which are not great times. Not only are you going to have the Ragnarok come through for Olaf, you're also just going to have Set, who can, with his insane HP regeneration and the health stacking build that he has, it's so difficult for these champions to kind of deal with him. Corki, similar boat there. If anybody gets suplexed in, you're kind of going to die here. So Sentinels, I'm looking for them to kind of pull up with some really dangerous AP compositions. Maybe a Diana comes through here for Molly. His expertise on melee champions in particular has been really fun to watch throughout the WNS.
We'll see if Infinity kind of pull that one away from there, knowing that that level of aggression may be coming through. What does exist and is kind of nice for Infinity is in the terms of that kind of mid to late. They do have the opportunity to actually start to kind of shred through what Sentinels is going to put out there if they can survive. And that's kind of the big question going into this matchup here, because I know Sentinels will put it full pedal to the metal here now with that Recon on their belt as well. We're going to see some massive engages come through, and you won't really have the opportunity to see Yasuo or Jhin actually kind of or my apologies. Yeah, no, Yasuo and Jhin find what they need out of that Jax for the long run.
Yeah, Infinity are going to be looking for some kind of engage. So I like the Alistar ban here. Leona's going to be the next one up to bat, right? We've already gotten rid of the Morgana and the Thresh, so going to have to start sinking into the lower priorities of engaged champions. You've already now taken away the Rakan, so I kind of want to see what Infinity kind of have in their back pocket, because now we're starting to get into some champions that maybe they don't really want to play, and you're going to be playing Engage up against an Olaf who's going to try and run at you. So something that maybe we see in Enchanter, right? Janna would be pretty nice. Nami does really well with a bunch of the melee carries, so could be start to see some more Enchanters here.
Personally, I'd like to see Nami. out of all the ones that come out of this one. It still gives Wizard the opportunity to be something semblance of an engage tool for his team, but definitely puts to rest a little bit more sustain that will keep Hunter and Gene healthy as we get into some of those more 5-on-5 skirmishes here. Rest though, quick to pull out the Lucian as well. The follow through now for Sentinels. I mean, this comp will full send it here.
Oh my god, we're sending it. Wait, this is so weird. We were just talking
Is
about
it?
how Rest doesn't really like play for lane. This guy has historically never really been a lane player, right? He's been mostly been a tactician for his team. This is why we're seeing stuff like the Twisted Fate come out for him in the bot lane. And when you pick something like a Lucian, you're trying to make sure that you have the lane priority and that you can fight for this. Sentinels, they say you don't have a lot of crowd control. I'm playing against Corki. Let's play some Katarina, boys.
They got plenty of the time in the world to make that Katarina work here. Mally in the mid lane now. I was not surprised, especially now that we see that Diana come off that man set. So the fact that Katarina follows that one up there, you needed it. You had a lot of AD here across the rift, so you had something to substitute. Turn. Infinity, they have a response. They just need the time to pull it out here. The Ziggs Corki combo, a tale as old as time here. The problem is, I don't think Yasuo Wizard, this combo, stop this one in its tracks would be enough here. Sentinels easily pull through it and find their way into that backline.
So Infinity have a really kind of, I think, a hard time dealing consistent damage. Ziggs will obviously have a free time of just throwing bombs into the backline, throwing them right into Sentinels, but Katarina disrupts this. Rakan definitely disrupts this. Without any hard front line for Infinity's backline to stand behind, really can't do much. Corki's going to be kind of hoping and praying that his Valkyrie and the packages are going to be perfect. Otherwise, Sentinels just kind of run at them and kill them.
Make our way into our first match of the night here for our Fight Night. Sentinels versus Infinity finding their way out onto the Rift. And I got a question for you, Alk. I've done my best to prep for this one, but do we still see teams meet up in that mid lane to kind of get the aggression down on that mid wave? Obviously, I'm being answered already.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we've dropped the 2v2 mid lane, or the 3v2.
Okay.
Sometimes we see it in case they want to have their mid laner get early priority to drop for early vision, but it's really kind of just gone back to standard laning phase. There's not much of it laying around in North America.
Will say, bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing my best here. I'm coming from a realm of before, way back when the Masters in a wall. I may be coming out for Kangas tonight. I still am learning, and that's what Alk is doing. Doing a wonderful job thus far. Hopefully he'll keep it up, though.
Yeah, you know, it's only been 10 minutes. There's plenty of time to make mistakes, and that's okay. We're here. We're doing a Fight Night Rift. We're having fun with it. Early on here, though, Sentinels, they're trying to play a path towards the bot side here, and we were talking about it a little bit before, but Infinity, they love to play for those first dragons, and if they want to keep that up, they're going to want to make sure they have prio down here.
Continue to throw that one out there with the poke. I like the return from Wizard. Not quick to be punished. They find a return from Beginnings coming in through there with that grand entrance. You did just bring this up, so I will kind of embellish on what I know here. Infinity, of course, do like to start off, not just the first Drake, but of course that Rift as well. They focus heavily on the early objectives, trying to take some strength off from some lane control and then play around that one themselves. Shishamali, though, no success in the mid, rotating towards the spot. Hunter and Wizard, though, snipped it out fairly quickly.
Ooh, this is such a dangerous composition now to stand, because not only are they going to miss out on this huge wave that's slamming under their turret, they have the support counter matchup. You're going to try and gank Set as Jax Camille. I wish you best of luck on that one. You already see the early reset coming here from Beginnings. He knows if they want to try and go for this dive again, I'm going to be here. I'm going to make sure to set up my top laner. And at that point, Infinity just kind of come out empty-handed. They don't lose in terms of the plates, but a lot of golden experience now missing for the bot lane.
I like that. Beginnings on the rotation, potentially set up a turn there from the wave, bouncing back after what they saw was Yasuo. Makes his way into the jungle there, not quite able to pick up the blue, but punishing what he can here. I like it. Beginnings testing the waters, playing with the sharks.
If Beginnings stole the blue buff, that's just a mental debuff at that point. You're just like, oh, Rakan level 3 just grand entranced and stole my buff. What's happening?
Toxic.
Exactly.
Toxic.
My
Let's
mid
be
laner
honest.
just recalled. My support is now out on the map, and maybe they can link up with our jungler. But this is kind of their window. We already see Infinity. They just pushed in a wave. They're going to try and go
Here
for
we go.
something here onto MTS. Olaf has already backed. Beginnings is just now going to back to the respawn platform. This is kind of dangerous here for Sentinels.
They're already spotted out there. Double flash, expended Mally. Of course! Able to find the hop away there, and they'll come out empty-handed there, blowing what is also a massive engage for themselves, being a flash. Mally, of course, will be down on their own in that regard, but never really catch that Katarina.
Yeah, if Katarina's caught, there's something else going wrong in a team fight.
That's
Exactly. We have 30 seconds before the Drake, so good call out there for the summoner spells. Yasuo not having that flash means that any kind of counter-strike engage is going to simply come from the leap strike. So we'll have to watch how each team resets right now, as right now Sentinels, they're looking for resets across the map. They want to try and make sure that their item power specs are coming on through. Shisha's already finished a Black Cleaver. I don't know how in terms of the pathing, but because of what happened in the top side here, he just naturally has a 600 gold lead.
God, make that one work, and this is a problem for Infinity. They've already lost out on what is something we typically like to talk about in terms of win condition for themselves. You do have a full rotation coming through there from Hunter and Jean into that mid. I'm curious if they're going to try to go for a return in terms of that Rift Herald, but it's so slow. Sentinels are already set up, willing to respond, and they're at their strongest right now. Infinity does not have the level of poke control in both Hunter or Jean to kind of stop them.
Yeah, they're already starting up. They are just now starting up this Rift Herald. A full 20 or so seconds, pretty late here. They have the package, so it's kind of difficult for Sentinels to walk in since they don't have eyes, since they do actually have eyes on Corki. But if they want, they can look for a fight here. Look at this poke.
Woo! It's a big one, but there's going to be the quickness and the culling to pressure Wizard down. Forced to flash with Hunter as well. The poke will continue to come through, but the Olaf's damage is enough to find a return. MPS down in response. Infinity surprising with a big flash there from Madeleine. Mally to dodge into the back end and find a return from Rest up from behind to even that one out.
Wait, so they got the Rift Herald. They also go up on the trade. Infinity play that pretty well. I mean, the Corki package, Sentinels were not paying enough respect to Jean's damage, and right there, it completely splits the fight, as well as then terminating a lot of the members against Sentinels. Sheesh took way too much damage from Hunter, so now with the Rift Herald in their back pocket, this will increase their ability to take down these turrets, which is going to be so important. You already have the Ziggs, so expect for Yasuo and them to link up sooner rather than later. Take that away from the Katarina, I hope, and make sure that she is put down behind early.
Infinity here. I'm interested to see where they're going to throw this one. I would expect it to be the mid. They like to have that kind of open play available to them in terms of being able to work with that enemy jungle and try to find a return there by playing a little bit more aggressively than some of these teams may be used to. I was talking to you, though, before we got into matches today, and I kind of expressed that any good team, and especially one like Sentinels, will not fall prey to the cheese here that we've seen Infinity work with time and time again.
Infinity, they're looking for stuff, you know, at least they're trying to go for these plays, trying to set up maybe their top laner, but you see this, Sheesh getting ready for the dive. There's not too many minions here. Keep
There's
going.
not too much of anything for anybody, Alk. Alright, it's already said and done. Quick dive found there, and now the return, though, I love it in response. Throw that rift in the mid, no surprise that tier 1 is down, to see if they can potentially find the 2 as well. You've got those backs, but not quick enough.
Wow. An insane punish here coming out from Infinity. They get 2 charges off of the Rift Herald. They immediately take down the 2 mid-turrets, and they didn't get all that much. Yes, they ended up killing Jean. They finally got that tier 1 in the Baron lane, but that is not at all worth, especially geographically speaking. Those 2 mid-turrets are so important for these side lanes and for the jungle. So now here, I want to see what Infinity can do with a massive gold influx in their back pocket, looking to finish a couple of items, make sure that their second item power spikes are coming through, and if they set up for this next Drake, because they already gave up what is possibly the most important Drake in the game in Infernal, but Mountain Drake would also make it really hard, as we get to see a replay of this. Look at the wave! It's 1 cannon minion! There's not enough for them to get anything from this.
It's a fantastic dive, but what I love about this is you can also see that mini-map there. If we take this one back, you see how quickly Yasuo and Madalex, they sense that obviously what is happening in the Dragon Lane. Now, wrong for them, but they can quickly find and shore up that weakness. And see them quickly rotate up the dragon to find that mid, and works well for them now. They aren't quite back into even standing in terms of the gold. Sentinels are quick to find a great clear for themselves. Continue pumping this one up the lane to lane, but like you said earlier, the map so open for them now. This gives the opportunity for so Malix to find their way in, start punishing, kind of reel this one back together. The Dragon's back up though, and still nowhere to be seen. And I don't think a dive's going to be working out for you.
Exactly. They still have 30 seconds before this Rift Herald. I think Infinity, they didn't really have a set play here. They didn't exactly know what they wanted to do next. Like, we see that Yeso was thinking, oh, maybe I could stay for a little bit, takes the blue buff away from a Corki. Jean is just sitting here in front of Olaf, who's about to level up and ready to start fighting. And again, we have another situation where Sentinels take the Dragon with zero interaction from Infinity, and they're just going to have to walk right into the Rift Herald pit.
Well, we saw this one play out. Maybe this time will fare different. Infinity just started up again. Continuous poke. They've learned, though. They're staying away. They're not going to take the aggressive source of damage.
Oh,
they
he stole
don't
it!
even secure it! It's a steal from beginnings. MTS in the back line. The grid stack to just destroy the back end here. Continue aggression from Mally's. He is quickly punished out. Hunter going gold there prevents the kill from coming through. Even still though, Sentinels, they pick up the mid turret. Now they turn on the Yeso. Counter strike will stun Sheesh and pick up the kill as well, but Rest will find return.
Oh, and Rest, the AD carry here for Sentinels. He's able to come up huge in terms of the damage, but Infinity, that is heartbreaking for them. They're going to hope to try and get this tier 1 in the Baron lane. Beginnings, how do you steal this on Rakan with Deadmans and with your ultimate? The quickness is so important there. Even stops the back so luckily. Is this just a solo kill?
It's a solo kill, Al!
Oh,
One more auto!
Oh.
You were talking about mental earlier. Woo! Something like that, that'll haunt me.
This is where I wish, you know, if Kangas is watching the VOD of this, he's like, that could have been me. I could have been solo killing that Corki. I know Smacks probably would feel the same, but now we're in this position, Zephyr, where, I mean, Sentinels, they now have 2 of the best scaling dragons. They also have the Rift Herald that really shouldn't have been theirs, and Infinity kind of looks stunned. Let's see what they can do here.
Already immediately unstoppable. The Ragnarok, a nice Mega Inferno, but the damage just isn't there. As a result, 2 members Infinity quickly caught out. Now a third to follow with Madalek down. Hunter, he peeked his head in, and now he will be shoved out here. Sentinels, 4 members down. The Rift Herald as well. They'll push this mid.
What are they? Okay, I guess they're just gonna go for this, and
Go for it!
Jean's just like, I'm split pushing, I'm taking this turret, but he's gonna lose his inhibitor. Wizard is alive. Yeso will be respawning soon enough. Let's see if they have enough wave clear for this, but this should just be the inhibitor for Sentinels and the beginning of the end for Infinity, as they're still letting Corki split push here. Sentinels, they decide, let's not bite off more than we can chew, go for a reset. That's a huge team fight win for them, especially the interaction with Beginnings going right into the back line. Sheesh able to do so much damage here. And he does it again! He stops Jean's recall.
Gosh. Stops the recall. Jean now caught out. This is going to be the second
turret,
time in a row the Corki is out of place here. And how he can't even.
It's so sad. This one hurts. This one hurts the man. The first one broke the man. This one hurts the soul. It's tough to watch if you're Infinity. If you're sitting there, you're like, this guy's actually everywhere. Beginnings has probably map hacks on. There's no fog of war. He's just everywhere that I am. I can open up the fridge behind me. There's probably Rakan sitting in there waiting to grand entrance me. It's really insane. Beginnings is having a really awesome game today.
I was about to say, it sounds like it's like absolute terror here for Jean, but on Beginnings end, it couldn't be better for him. You may say it's luck, but it's a good read, too, in terms of the timing. A lot of overstaying the commitment found here from Jean. Definitely be pulling off these. I know he's trying to shore up some of the weaknesses coming from some of these plays, but sometimes you just gotta let it go.
We've seen when Infinity look good at the beginning of the game, it is when they're allowing for their Ziggs to get off damage. But right in that Rift Child fight, and yet again, if they're able to separate the damage dealers, let's see it. MTS, you've got ult.
It's far too slow, though. The Mega Inferno is going to miss straight into the showstopper. They lock this one down in return, and MTS will fall, but the back line will be out and return here as the rest of the Sentinels show up. Yeso to try to escape, but can't find his way out. The culling from afar will force the flash out of Madalex, and now Sentinels just have to walk again.
It's a Baron in their back pocket. They're going to let this wave crash. They're going to let Madalex limp away from this as Infinity lose grasp on an early game that they had there. As now Sentinels, 3 Drakes to their name, the Baron as well. Their comp just works so well on 1 kill. The resets from Katarina and not a lot of crowd control like we mentioned from the draft means that it is almost impossible to stop Mally once he gets rolling.
I might be a man of the past here, but the composition drafted out here from Infinity doesn't look good in situations like this, and I'd love to potentially, especially maybe even try and discuss looking forward here for this team, pull this one back. They had an aggressive identity in the early game for themselves many times over when we looked at them here, and while I didn't get the opportunity to catch the games here from the recent tournament here in LATAM, this is not working for them.
They went all the way to 5 games. They barely beat out on Stamina, who were kind of, I guess, rivals. They had had a bunch of matches back to back, and being able to win is obviously really important for them. Right? They want to qualify for WOL. And Infinity, they're kind of just getting their all of their medicine given to them all at once.
Gosh.
This is the strongest that they're going to be. Right? 3 items on Yeso.
Mega Inferno down, try to slow this wave up, but the next is already crashing. 4 cannons, Wizard there, forced to expend his rotation out. The deep dive found there from beginning to get a return off, but it's MTS in the back line. A massive haymaker, now rest to follow through. The flash, it doesn't even save Hunter here. Sheesh. Oh, he is smited out by my apology, he is taken down last over there from Madalex, but it will be a fall in return. The Sentinels, your first victors of the day.
Yep, in our first match watching them, Sentinels very eagerly destroy Infinity Esports in the first best of 1, taking a pretty quick, dominant game 1 and setting themselves up to be in the finals, right? We were talking about Sentinels being the team to beat tonight. And certainly, it may have gone off at a little bit of a rocky start, right? They started off a little bit slow. As you can see, the gold really didn't get out of hand until once we crested around 9 minutes. It was just untenable past that point.
You know, for Infinity, I do have to give them props to a certain degree. They were able to, at least for a bit, that first 10 minutes or so, find some returns in response to maybe even the little mistakes that were found across the map. We saw the turrets pick up from here and there, and while the Rift was a little bit late, it still was something that balanced the game, but that lack of awareness, the pacing that was very slow for them, definitely came back to bite.
Oh man, Beginnings has so much damage. He has more damage than Madalex. Beginnings is a Smurf. He's looking good.
Oh, jeez.
There was that one line of play that we said, right, where they got the Rift Herald and then they immediately slammed 2 mid lane turrets. I bet that is a mistake that Pierce and the rest of the team over at Sentinels will be looking at to see how maybe they can do a little bit better on that one. But I mean, that was a fantastic job again. I think Sheesh also had a really awesome game playing up against Yeso. It may not reflect in the damage and a little bit in the gold, but we talked about constantly having a farm lead against the Jax, which is obviously not super something that we're super expecting, right? This is a Jax who's typically much more of a late game carry, right? You put in resources into this guy, and you usually get dubs out. But this time around, Sentinels, I mean, they completely stomped that one.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, they shut it down before it could even begin here. Even still, though, there was still a lot of pressing damage. I mean, crazy, I say that, that we saw come out of the Corki there in Zig. So there was some level of return for what they were trying to find. But like I said earlier, this kind of identity for themselves, usually you see much more of a pressing advantage, really come out of the jungle mid here for Infinity. And that's how they typically like to route through in terms of their win condition. In this game itself, it didn't really feel like they were able to really capitalize on any situation. The bot lane was something that was too hard to collapse upon to, and MTS being on that set was also in his own regards undeniable there. So really shut down what we usually see here out of this group.
Turns out Set is pretty broken. Not much of
Hot
a
take of the
surprise.
day.
Exactly. The most cold take I could possibly give on patch 3.0. But Sentinels, they are 1-0 in the beginning of this matchup. I don't know if we have the rest of the brackets. That was a pretty fast game, all things considered, so I don't know if the other game for Cloud9 had finished quite yet. But this surely, I mean, more and more wins as soon as you can kind of rack them up for Sentinels. Again, we're looking at what kind of mistakes they are going to make throughout the day. These are best of ones at the end of the day, right? We're like, we'll see what happens. If anything, they may get a little bit spicy with it, which I'm hoping for because they've always had some interesting drafts. They've always tried to, peek at some different stuff. We got replays.
Woo! Replay coming out here. It's the fight by the Rift Herald. This is the secondary one here, or my apologies. This is the first one that was actually the most successful area here for Infinity at the start of this one, and I like how Sentinels, more importantly, while they do fall in this one, were quick to find out their mistakes in regards to that first fight, and we saw them reapproach here in this second fight, how they took the engage.
This time around, they didn't have Ziggs just throwing out bombs at range.
Right.
They didn't have that tanky front line to sit in front of them. And as soon as Olaf and Lucian are able to find kills, it allows for Molly to kind of just completely pop off. You see right here, I mean, beginnings throughout all of this.
Jeez.
So much damage. Hunter not able to put out enough. And Molly is just constantly Shunpo, reset. It looks good. It's a very dominant playstyle, especially when you're playing with champions that have these kinds of mechanics, right? The Katarina, the Jinx. But without a front line, Infinity looking, this is just a beginnings highlight reel at this point for this part of the game. Towards the end of the game, it's just Rakan looking so nasty.
You know what's really crazy about all this here? I feel like a lot of the growth that was kind of found here from the Sentinels roster could have potentially been inhibited had we saw Gene kind of find a little bit more participation into some of these fights there. They were definitely kind of separated in terms of the timing there. We saw Gene fall twice in that Dragon Lane before two major fights, and potentially maybe that Quirky's damage, which was definitely oppressive in some of those earlier states of the game, could have been enough to shake this one up, but never quite was in time.
It's just the North American Corky thing, man. And Infinity are a LATAM region, so maybe it's just an Americas thing, but our Corky packages have not looked hot. They've been pretty rough. There we go. We get to look at the bracket. Sentinels and Suzaku both picking up wins. Cloud9 starting off 0-1. Now, I don't know if you have very hot takes here already, Zephyr, but this has happened before. Cloud9 have gone 0-1 to start off the day and eventually made it back into finals. So if any of the Cloud9 fans are watching, you don't have to get very worried. However, they will be going up against Sentinels in our next match, and they've already beaten them before. They beat them in the WNS. So this could be a little bit scary. If they go 1-2, if they end up losing this next game, it almost completely locks them out from making finals.
It's a bit of a rough take there, but hey, Suzaku making some major statements for themselves here in our first best of one of the day, and we won't be seeing them until later, as of course, as Alk said, we will be approaching that Cloud9 game here shortly, but I'm very interested to see what might be on their belt if they're picking it up against Cloud9 right off the bat.
Well, we'll have to see, as we're going to go right to a break, so don't go anywhere. Grab some water, grab some snacks. We'll be right back with Cloud9 versus Sentinels. Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format, where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift. See? I told you guys, we'd be right back. Look at that. I'm still AlkBattery, he's still Zephyr, and we still have Cloud9 versus Sentinels. Zephyr, after that game, do you have any resounding thoughts on Sentinels after that, or are we still going with cold takes all around?
I mean, the cold take would be they're absolutely awesome, which is
Yes.
not a surprise, given recent play here in terms of the WNS, which, you know, for everyone else who's been along the train line for wildrift, that's definitely something to be not surprised about. For me, though, it is the first time that I've actually gotten the opportunity to really see this shine from behind the desk, as back then in Rift Masters, they weren't looking too hot themselves, so the fact that I can already see how, over the course of these 2 months, they've seen such an incredible improvement in the rosters. I think my favorite instance of the night.
That's good. I mean, again, Sentinels were coming in with a new roster after Michael Udall did step down from the mid lane, with Molly coming in. There were going to obviously be some building pains, but for Cloud9, they've also had some pretty unstable rosters just throughout the last 6 months in general. Every single major, they would come in with a new bot lane, and now, yet again, this is the one that is kind of stuck around the longest alongside the Jackie lineup, where they have Old School and Selma. Two amazing players from many different teams. They were playing on Enemy for a little bit. Old School coming off of his stint over on Horizon Cup on Tribe. So for this is a really cool matchup because already we've seen this here at the WNS where Sentinels did 2-1 against Cloud9 and already getting into the draft. Cloud9 are 0-1. Another loss will give them out of the tournament and they will no longer be able to make finals. Whereas Sentinels, they are looking kind of the top dogs here matchup-wise.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be there, but that's what counts here in terms of those best of one round robins. And for Cloud9, like you said, this is something that we did have the opportunity to see in the WNS, of course, running it back against Sentinels. They did find an early win, but were not able to pick up the response in their final, and as a result, won here. So no surprise that they continue to punish out Sentinels. This time around, the Camille is going to be taken away. So I don't think that we'll be seeing the similar matchup that we got the opportunity to work with. One, as quickly to respond, they also throw away the set.
Wow, okay, taking that away from Zello. Should be a fun matchup. Cloud9 obviously playing towards their jungler. I think when we talk about Tarzane versus Sheesh, Tarzane is someone who, quite like his personality, will kind of just be the cult that this team is going to be built around. We've seen them kind of play a couple of different styles, but when you look at this, they've most likely played around this. You can even see it reflected in Meal's champ pool, where he was playing stuff like the Lulu. He's playing all of these roaming mids to try and enable Tarzane to have a much better time in the jungle as an independent kind of big carry for them. As Cloud9, they pick up the Jace. They've also gotten rid of the Ziggs, the Varus as well, so poke composition wise, not going to really have a lot of it, and Jace is really, really strong, especially as a flex where I know Zello can play it, and Meals is definitely no stranger to this champion.
Yeah, so they can potentially throw that in the mid in response. MTS to pick up something equally as aggressive and potential here. Definitely needs some time to find that level of success, but will always be a thorn in the side here for Cloud9 if they don't let that go here. They continue this one forward. Beginnings not quite going to be on the recon this time around, but looking to continue throwing out the highlights for his reel with the Thresh this time. We'll see how many death sentences set up the day here for their second.
Take a look at this. They've picked up the Braum instantly. The Corki here, more than likely going to be for Meals, as Cloud9 have shown a really large priority of making sure they have mages in the bot lane. And I wonder what this actually turns out for the jungle pool now, because Olaf is obviously a huge priority between the two of these. With Camille gone as well, we can start to see dipping into things. Maybe like Lee Sin. We haven't seen a lot of Lee Sin in North America, except for Immortals. Lebmont had a fantastic performance in the finals, but really this champion has kind of gone missing. And if I know Tarzane, we might see a Graves today. That might be something that we're going to get between these two.
Yeah, Graves definitely potential. It could be banned out here before they even get the opportunity to make that one shine here. But like you said, him set up for themselves. We do need to see him find his way onto something of that source of aggression here. Have seen the Graves come out for himself, taking influence a long while ago, but he also has the opportunity to route through things like the Sin if that potentially becomes an opportunity there. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I do believe that Fior will be pulling down here if that will be Darius into the Baron lane. Yeah.
It could. Okay. So in China, they do play Darius mid. Now, again, it's probably not going to happen. That's something to keep in the back of our minds, right?
Okay.
Sheesh will more than likely pick up the Fiora. They're going to more than likely, again, pick up the AD carry in this situation for Sentinels. And for Cloud9, you look at their composition, there's some pretty nice poke coming out from them, but they need a front line. Braum is a good start to that, but now we're going to have to look at what they pick for some of the other lanes. And if Corki is going to go mid, then that means that Galio may not be able to kind of be that front line. They still have an option as to where they can kind of put a few champions. Renekton is still there and is a popular matchup into Darius. So we'll have to see from the side of Cloud9.
But potentially, if they don't force that rotation, and hey, look at that, the Prophet himself. No surprise that he is my color today. And the Renekton will find its way towards Zilla. So that does confirm that we will be seeing, of course, that rotation through there. Other than that, of course, sourcing out last member here for Cloud9. I believe we could still have a select. I'm a little bit lost in terms of who and where. It's the jungle. My apologies. Our final major contender here to see what Tarzane will secure as, well, it's in fact...
It's Jace Jungle. Holy. We're playing Jace Jungle, boys. I'm so... Okay. I know we haven't been able to see it. Cloud9 have been innovating throughout the jungle pool. They played a Vayne jungle to mixed success in the WNS. They're going to try out the Jace jungle. I've been hearing a lot of good things about this champion. And so there's really anything is possible here. They have Orianna. Rest is probably going to be playing Orianna, which means that we have a ton of different options here in the draft, Zephyr. We have potentially Riven in the jungle. It looks like Molly is going to be picking up the Riven. This guy has shown so much excellence on the melee carries in the mid lane. Twisted Fate is a good matchup for Riven. So Sentinels, this is great for them. And Cloud9, they're playing a bunch of different stuff that is a little bit more experimental.
A little bit more experimental indeed there. You know, the biggest person in terms of a, I guess, supporter of, say, something like that, Jason the Jungle, is none other than Mr. Rafa himself.
True.
I swear, the day that Jace came out, he talked to me about the kind of extended clear that you can get from that melee form in terms of being able to, you know, extend that one forward and actually have a competitive realm with the Jace jungle. So I'm very interested to see how Tarzane makes that one work. We know he is the cornerstone here for the Cloud9 roster, and we know that Jace can be just as strong when given the opportunity and gold necessary.
Yes, and Jace, all it is for this champion is you whittle them down with ranged, and as soon as you swap into melee, you better be getting kills. Because otherwise, this champion has a little bit of a hard time dealing with some of the options here from Sentinels. Darius loves the fact that this is a very short-range composition, sans the Corki, and until Meals picks up RFC, that'll be something that they can look to play around. And a really awesome team composition here for Sentinels, as the Orianna has amazing ball delivery systems for her ultimate.
Well, now over here. Able to find a little bit early. I think that one up in this up, but I don't think we'll be seeing as much aggression here out of the Sentinels roster this time around. Definitely needs some more time to set things up, but Beginnings has plenty more to say himself. The exhaust down straight into that death sentence, but this is why you throw that Braum into this mix. Quick protector. And Old School might be forced to back here early.
Yeah, the honey fruit is not going to save you, and I love this coming out from Selma as a response. They recognizes, hey, look, I'm not going to be able to do anything bot, so might as well roam into mid, help out my jungle, help out my mid with either getting mid priority or setting up for vision. He's trying to stay out of the kind of vision cones of Sentinels. I don't know if he'll have made it past the Fiora there. I kind of want to touch on, quickly pivoting over to this jungle matchup again. I'll be honest, this is the first time I've seen a Jace jungle, but if Jace jungle versus Fiora works anything like the lane matchup does, then it is on Jace to kind of have early say in here.
Tarzane pushing Beginnings back there, throwing that ward down. They still know he's within the area, but will officially pull back. Beginnings could potentially look to follow that one up, but he obviously will be quickly spotted out there, so just spending a lot of time. In response, though, Selma not really finding anything himself as well. So technically the trade does even out, but he is quick to approach MTS up here and start the stacking of those concussive blows. The response there is available with the full passive.
He's got it!
Find it, but no! Zello healing there in response with the final tick to survive past the bleed.
Really well played there from Cloud9. It all starts with Tarzane getting the early ward into the bush, as Molly getting a small trade onto Meals will spot out the Braum there. That ward right there stops so much, as Beginnings was looking for something potentially onto Zello. Zello pulls back, and MTS, playing with a little bit more bravery, doesn't quite know that Braum is in the area, gets punished for it. Double summoners blown from both of the Baron laners here. It's a really smart call from Cloud9.
We'll take a look at this once again here in terms of the rotation up. Selma, I was just kind of pushing back on this guy, saying, hey, not really finding anything in comparison up there towards Beginnings. And I love, though, the quick moves from MTS to try to pull it off there, to try to find the response with a little bit of that flash, but still just wasn't quite enough.
It was one auto attack away. You saw him move into auto attack range, and maybe it was a misinput. Calm down, you know, we're getting the clips in there. He just ended up missing out on it, but it is a meaningful lead now, as we'll have to watch Zello continue on. Renekton, as good as he is, it is still problematic here for Cloud9, as they don't exactly have the easiest time frontlining and trying to play a front-to-back team fight versus Sentinels, so they're going to have to get creative with it. They're going to have to buy space for Tarzane to utilize this gold lead and experience that he has, as well as, you know, allow for someone like a Corki to have a really excellent package here as the first Drake spawns.
First Drake down. We'll see if Cloud9 are a little bit quicker compared to the likes of Infinity. We saw how giving away some of those early objectives definitely kind of bolstered the effects of Sentinels here. Make up their way towards this rift. They will clear out vision, so they know they don't actually have the opportunity to go for kind of clear regarding this area. Potentially looking to return on Zalo might be available, but he was in the position to pull back there, so they couldn't really quite coordinate that one with MTS's return, as well as the fact that you had that bot lane come up. The switch now taking place as Meals will be, of course, responding to Mali.
And we haven't been able to talk about it, but the mid matchup is so important right now, as Meals and Molly are sitting down in the Dragon lane. Watch for what Meals and his first ultimate is. Twisted Fate's Destiny. The first one is usually the most important, as the rest then set up or try to recall whatever has happened in the early game. He's matching Molly in the side lane right now. That is not the position that Meals wants to be in. The longer the lane is versus Riven, the worse it's going to feel as they chase you down and potentially look to solo kill you there, as Molly has been no stranger to mechanical outplays, and now we get the kind of standoff here, the Rift Herald dances. Sentinels and Cloud9, they're kind of just standing there like, do you want to start it? Do you want to start it? We're going to fight you if you do. Trying to maybe waste out on the package there, so not a good use there for Cloud9, and good time management coming out from Sentinels.
Mali's moving up as well here, so maybe going for the full force of all 5 here from Sentinels to play with it. Granted, we know that the Destiny is always available in terms of Meals coming up at any given point there, so never really going to be able to pull that one off, as now Cloud9 might be able to find another return, their second kill of the game here, start that one off with the gold cards. The dive will come through. Good poke provided from Tarzan to continue back
Molly?
in there. It's Molly in there. So close. Almost found the response into Meals, but in turn will take the kill. First turret as well, but quick. Sentinels rift themselves.
Yeah, they're resetting as well as coming back onto the map. They have the Rift Herald immediately summoned in mid lane. Selma is going to look to try and stop this. This is simply going to get them 2 plates. It's not going to get them the full turret here, which is an important thing there for Cloud9. Both members will have reset. There is no flash available for Meals or Molly, as a Dragon still available. This is probably the longest life cycle that we've seen for a Drake so far. This is because it is 6.5 minutes, and Drake has still not been taken down. So battle lines will be drawn. Cloud9 will come back into the river, and Sheesh, in the meantime, he's like, well, I'm just going to do my camps because we're not really proing this Dragon. Might as well get something while we're doing nothing.
Okay, and overall, it's pretty good in terms of, how would I say, a response from Cloud9 there. Sentinels weren't really able to pick up much of a return, and if we talk about that tier 1 as well as that kill and response, I would have liked to see them go for the Drake in those moments, knowing that they had that bot lane priority. Instead, or my apologies, that was not quite right there. Either way, Sentinels, they will put themselves towards the top, but knowing that there are 2 members up there, Cloud9 quickly find their way onto Dragon.
Okay, they want to trade dragons over for the turrets. Zephyr, I do want to, call everybody's attention as well. Rest has finished the Seraph's Embrace. It has been fully upgraded, so in terms of a timer, Sentinels are definitely kind of putting Cloud9 to the paces because Ultimate's coming out. They got to look for something here. If they can't accelerate the gold lead, if they can't accelerate the pace of the game right now with 1 turret and a single Ocean Drake, they're going to slowly start to fall behind as the team fight is still looking good. We haven't even actually seen that, so this is a blessing here for Cloud9 that Sentinels have really not opted or forced Cloud9's hand into it.
The thing is, at a certain point, you have this combo of poke between Old School and Tarzane, and they opted to throw Zillow on that Renekton for this purpose of being the front that would allow them, once they are scaled, to actually survive through. Getting miss on that Deathsaw Selma in with the fissure, but can't quite find the knock of Zilla. Goes into this backline. The box is down. Beginnings will still fall. Now a collapse is found here from Cloud9. While they may get the return on Corki, it's quick to follow there from Tarzane and the rest as they pick up their own kills. Rest unable to flash any further there. Actually still finds his way out as they are not willing to take this one against Mali. Still within the area's Meals now will start this one off again here as the gold car is down. Continued poke available. They throw the ball down here as Tarzane finally steps up. They do get the broken blade off. That will secure Meals out, but Rest sticking around with no flash will quickly be punished there. Can't quite find the lantern.
Oh my god. And Sentinels mechanically just get outplayed there by Cloud9. The huge teamfight ultimate that we had set up there, the Orianna ult just completely whiffs, and so Cloud9, they're not crowd controlled, they're not being dealt damage by this Orianna, and it allows for them to completely tear apart Sentinels there. A massive influx of gold for them. And now with a pretty large lead, we asked for them to step it up in the team fights there, and they absolutely just delivered against Sentinels. As now the red side is just in complete disarray. The Rift Herald is going to be respawning soon enough, and they're most likely not strong enough to actually face off against certain members. Molly on this Riven, the pick hasn't really paid off quite yet.
Not quite. Haven't found the dominance available in that mid to find any kind of source of return out here from that Riven. As a result, you continue to funnel gold where it counts here on that C9 roster. And while, yeah, you pick up the 1 in return, eventually you're not really going to be able to fight your way into that backline or find that damage necessary to take out someone like Old Score Meals. I mean, you need that full bursty rotation to make something like that Riven a worthwhile pick for this composition. If that never comes through there, it's about as good as nothing.
Yeah, they're playing it really well. I want to applaud Cloud9 for their performance so far, as they're allowing Tarzane to just let down on this damage. And despite what's happened in the side lane for Meals, he's been holding on pretty well. We saw the Destiny come out there, was simply there to just kind of check where certain members of Sentinels were as they were going throughout the jungle. Finally now, Sentinels on the side lane here. Meals without gold card needs to be really careful walking up to the wave there, as I know Molly would definitely be going for a skill check. Rift Herald being started. Dragons up at 20, and Sentinels, they're kind of over-rotating really early for this objective.
And actually, in turn, oh no, I was about to say, you might have saw 2 backs. Beginnings does stop his as well, but Mali finds it. You're going to throw this wave into turret to, of course, force the rotation out of Sentinels there, but already within that river. Good look for the start of this one from Beginnings. Instead, he will be stunned in response. A nice double pull is found there into the axe, but so much damage is put down there from the poke of our Tarzane on this Jason. Now with the Rift Herald in mid, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, now Sentinels not being able to find a pick there, waiting for it. That's the ultimate coming down, but they're just using tools.
Jeez.
I mean, Sentinels, they're using this for either wave clear to try and put down damage, but package is still available there for Cloud9. And with this dragon going down, I have very legitimate concerns about Sentinel's ability to win out on this game. This Infernal Drake is such a huge boon for them, a massive scaling aspect as well. Beginnings?
Ooh. Beginnings is low there, but it's more of the stun onto MTS. The auto follows through, but quick, it's Mally in this backline to pick up 2 under turret now. In response to being as deep as they are. Beginnings barely saves this one with the last bit of that hook to stop the fight in its tracks. Still, it is a win for Sentinels, albeit a small one. They do lose out on that dragon. Can't forget that.
Yeah, it's absolutely tragic there if you're a Sentinels fan. They're sitting there trying to hit it, the auto attack on the turret. It's 29 HP, man. It's really painful. We're going to get a replay of that fight as we can take a look at just what happened exactly. As Old School, we haven't been able to talk about him too much throughout this match, but his positioning has been superb, not only in this game, but in other series across North America, and so far has really come out as a premier secondary carry for them. 21 HP. As it feels like Sentinels are still a little bit dizzy from the earlier plays from Cloud9. They look a little bit lost. They're kind of flubbing some of the set plays that they've had throughout the game. Cloud9, they're taking advantage of it, making sure they're keeping the tempo up, making sure that Sentinels cannot catch their breath. Speaking of...
They're breathing, Alk.
Okay.
They're doing mighty fine at that.
There's a pulse.
Tier 1 down, a kill picked up for the response, but it is quickly traded there. They do find what is the Baron lane as well. Still, though, like you said, it is a bit of a pulse. Kill is found there. Sets that one up. Sheesh and Mally, the combo. See if they can continue that kind of energy.
Doc, there's a pulse. It's kind of weak, but it's there. They're searching for something. They're going to clear out vision on this. And I don't know if they want to threaten this. Fiora has some pretty high DPS onto Baron, but they're not looking to actually finish this Baron. They want to try and pull Cloud9 into the pit, look for a fight, and this is an absolute desperation Hail Mary play. They need to look for something if they want to get back into the game. This is definitely not over for Cloud9 after that single pick, but look at how they're over-investing.
This might be it. Big challenge found. Tarzane will fall there. Can't quite, but do actually find the concussive blows. Big stun onto Mally, but a triple in return. Able to pull off the double there with the broken blade. But Zalo coming up quick with that Renekton will punish. Keep this one even here as Sheesh falls as well.
Oh my god, and being ahead as Cloud9, going even with Sentinels is not what you want to do. You want to make sure you're leveraging that gold advantage. And such a fantastic pick. Sheesh, now 3 items finished on this Fiora is going to be a terror for Cloud9 to deal with the Blade of the Ruined King, as well as having any red buff or the slow from her third ability. Fiora just becomes so difficult to deal with. She's ducking and diving. She has a ton of movement speed as well. Does a fantastic setup. And Molly, again, the mechanics on this super young player who last year was just playing for fun with friends.
Woo!
Oh,
God. The thought. They might be continuing this one. Destiny is down. It will force them to back off. They do find the gold card on the beginnings, but it's a nice play to push them back. There's Bite still. What's nice, though, is C9 has forced them off of the Baron for now. They're not going to be going for it anytime soon, but they could potentially look and split up the Sentinels roster. That's how they found success in the earlier fights of this game.
Yeah, and the dragon as well as spawning. I love the patience coming out from Old School. He will not have flash, but the package is more than enough to make up for either positional errors or otherwise. Sentinels will have first say on this and look for Cloud9 to not only leverage the poke from Tarzane, but also maybe look for a flank with Zello, as there is no ultimate available for Meal. Sentinels, they're in prime position here.
Good look to capitalize. It's a gold card on the beginnings, but once again, cannot follow through or utilize it. Big split potentially that they could work with. Sheesh now trying to push out those side lanes. They're going to take advantage of that and go for the Elder. This could be easily disrupted here.
Watch the package here as Old School. He's looking for it. They got gold card ready. They're getting poke.
Ran down here as now Meals kites this one back. A flash from Tarzan to pull back in. Won't be able to pick up Sheesh or Mally, but Old School and the rest of the C9 roster is over the wall. Beginnings will slow them, but it's not before a double is still picked up from Old School. MTS here against the top as Meals picks it up with the one last auto. Sheesh back into this fight. They're all looking low, but not low enough there. C9 defend against it all here in the face of Elder.
And Cloud9, I mean, they were just really well positioned in that last fight. They were already had the inside track on the Dragon, and Old School spends the package. Not able to do all that much damage, but he's also unthreatened as he's just firing away on the backline. Zello, way too tanky at this point, 7-0 and 5. And at this point now, they've got the Elder in their back pocket. The side lanes were not looking too healthy for Sentinels to begin with. And this turret is holding on for dear life. The last two cannons will fire away, knocking it down. Now it is just Cloud9 to pick up the Baron and close out this game against Sentinels.
Ooh, there's still some power to be found, though, here on this Sentinels roster. They weren't able to kind of put their jurisdiction down on someone like Old School, and that's why we saw that Corki able to pump out so much damage from across the wall, kind of keeping the dream alive there for Cloud9. You had such a massive engage from Sentinels onto what I would just say is the wrong target there. Maybe it's a lesson to be learned. They now have the opportunity to defend one more time here in the setup for this Baron.
They're losing out on structures across the map. The Dragon lane as well as having minions slowly chip away at this turret. So Sentinels are unable to respond. This will just be Cloud9 choking them out from the map, losing more and more structures. And the gold lead will continue to mount in their favor. They'll get more and more items and continue their advantage as the game goes on. They're just looking for provisional hooks at this point, but it's going to come down to Molly finding some kind of flank for Sheesh on this Fiora to do something that kind of catches a carry out. And there's just a lot of mobility available for Cloud9, a lot of tools for them to escape these engages.
Cloud9 will be forced to respond towards the Baron lane as that wave continues to push in there, and maybe even potentially towards the Dragon here in a few moments as that itself begins to be disrupted as well. That's why you already see Old School making his way down there. So a little bit of respite here for Sentinels. They have some time away, but this is what it's going to amount to. You have them go for the full clear, get the waves in better positioning, and then suddenly you can't find any picks. You've got Cloud9 once again already grouped back up.
This is... You know you're really far ahead when you're picking up GAs on a ton of fourth items as some members start to collapse here. A reminder for everybody, if Cloud9 end up losing this, they will not be able to make finals, so they really want to try and get their lion's share of the prize pool. Corki package is available. They're just throwing things at the Baron at this point. We are yet again being drawn into the black hole that is Baron. The dance begins.
Ooh, Beginnings does find the hook there onto Old School, but he will throw down the package as Mally is just burned to a crisp. Tarzane falls through and keeps up the rest of the members here as now MTS, the only member left standing, will be caught out by that gold car in the following concussive blows to delete the entirety here of the Sentinels roster. And now pushing Cloud9 one step forward into potentially making their way to finals.
And that's it. I mean, Cloud9, they were down and out. It's happened yet again in a couple of the other fight nights, but they immediately bounce back and slam Sentinels. It is a best of one, but still all important nonetheless as they keep their dreams alive. They will, if I'm correct, be going up against Infinity next, so it is going to be up to Infinity to decide Cloud9's fate here. And it is just all blue all the time. It's really well timed as well that they were actually blue side on this for the color, you know, going with the brand.
Right. Hey, you know, it works well, and any buff helps here. Sadly, we won't get to see how their journey technically finishes. We're still going to be following Sentinels for the rest of this one, but now they themselves sitting one-on-one aren't looking too good either.
It's looking a little rough for them. That game, it felt, like we said, kind of confused, maybe lost in certain parts of the game just because the dive onto Zello pretty early on, Molly didn't quite find the advantages that I think they were expecting, and the bot lane, while Rest is pumping out damage, there were just some mechanical mishaps that happened here for Sentinels that kind of prevented them from finding a foothold back into this game.
I will say there was the midsection where we did see Mally start to show up in response towards, picking the Riven there, and even still in those moments, a lot of the damage and kills found were at the consequence of not really being a solo pickup. It was kind of in those fleeting moments, last pickup before you die, and even still, you're kind of going even. And I know you said going even's not what you really want to do, but going even's enough to keep the game going there. It's when you start to have the advantage like towards Sentinel.
There you go. It worked. You know, I'll call out when I'm wrong. You know, I'll take egg on my face. We get to see the scores here for the teams. It's pretty surprising here. And now we get to see at our bracket. Infinity 0-2, and I think the biggest upset for this team, or for the night here, is Suzaku 2-0.
Suzaku showing up when no one else expected here. We're actually going to get the opportunity to see how they now match up against Sentinels, and we've already seen them pick up a game against Cloud9 earlier tonight, so it's potentially anyone's game here. I mean, I can't sit here and say they're out of the running. They're potentially in the place to take it all away. First place.
We've got the advantage chart, right? Where Cloud9 beat Sentinels. Cloud9 beat Sentinels. We got Suzaku beating Cloud9.
What is that called?
Sentinels now needs to beat Suzaku, and we've got the full thing here. But we'll get to see how that pie chart ends up landing, as next match is going to be Suzaku GG versus Sentinels. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go right to a break. When we come back, we've got the epic final before we get to the finals. gentlemen. I am AlkBattery. I've still got Zephyr here alongside me, and we are in a really interesting position here, Zephyr, as potentially we are on the cusp of Sentinels getting knocked out from the finals, being the team to beat, and Suzaku, potential underdogs, coming in and 3-0ing the group stage, basically.
They may throw the group stage. We'll still have to see how they fare once we make our way towards that final. But as you can see here on our official bracket, even if Sentinels pick up the win, they still may be at the whim here of some game time tiebreakers.
Yes.
Either way, I think it's going to be a 2-1 split depending on how Cloud9 fare as well. And even if they lose, we could be potentially seeing just as many ties going the other direction, being a 1-2 finish.
And here are the rosters. Suzaku, who, if you're watching WNS this weekend, for anybody here, this was a team that didn't quite make it out of the top 16 into the top 8, but definitely put up a really awesome fight against not only 16-bit Genesis, but also we were then playing up against Enemy, where they eventually fell and were not able to make it to day 2 of the qualifiers. Ice was a huge proponent to some of their success. And now having Stove return, an old Summoner Series support that we had seen a ton of, and no longer having a role swap tech sheet in the bot lane, I think will definitely open up their options in the Dragon lane.
Absolutely. And here for Sentinels, we've seen them, of course, all night long. Looking great in game 1. Maybe, as you said, a little bit lost. Hopefully this one will be potentially the time for them to find their way. Even still, like we set up for this, it's not secured for them anymore. Even if they come out 2-1, it could potentially go back to fourth ties. And I don't know how Suzaku fared regarding these earlier games today. We know that Sentinels pulled it off fairly quickly in their first game, so I'd be more leaning towards them in terms of making their way to finals. But hey, who knows? We could be already looking at what our final best of 5 will be tonight.
This is true. Both of the teams are actually huge fans of Infinity right now because they actually want them to beat Cloud9, so they don't have to do any of the funny tiebreaker shenanigans.
No tiebreaker, anything. No
exactly. Just beat Cloud9, and then we can go straight into the finals, not have to worry about, did we have a faster game time? Could we have closed a little bit faster here? That last game will probably ding Sentinels just a little bit. We'll have to see. I'll wait for some of the TOs to really get in and do the nitty-gritty as to how much time they really need to speedrun on this one.
I do have a question for you, especially because you're such the big brain man yourself.
Sometimes.
You made some predictions at some point in the drafts, and that's definitely like the top tier thing a color caster can do, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Sentinels obviously had a little bit of a blunder coming out of that second game. What are some differences that you want to see from them here, or a choice of play that might put them in a place of victory?
I want to see some more hard crowd control. This is something that's pretty easy to get, that you can either get from your jungle, you can get from your support. If you really want to get spicy, you can still do it from the bot lane position, because Rest is still someone who plays a ton of different things, but that team had a lot of great fighters who can obviously stay in fights for as long as possible. We're talking about the Riven, but doesn't really have that large crowd control and is not really like a cleaner. Kind of like a Kha'Zix who will come in, sweep the end of the fight, and just find kills and close out the game. It's not really what we're seeing from them. So either picking up something a little bit more aggressive, or just get hard crowd control so you can stop the opponents from interacting with you.
I will say, if we talk about Rest, though, for a second, obviously an opportunity to potentially play off of what you just said, I think had a really remarkable game. Obviously, it was a loss there, but looked very good on that Orianna coming out of that second one, and was a proponent that kind of stopped the level of what Cloud9 was trying to find there. Obviously, it didn't work out into those final moments, as you can't really put the hammer down against a Renekton as well as there, as long as that goes. But either way, I wouldn't be against it to see him maybe work again.
Yeah, it would definitely be something that I'm looking forward to. I think Rest has always been really, really good at not necessarily playing towards the mechanical side of the bot lane, but someone who definitely contributes more to controlling the pace of team fights and helping his team at a grander scale, not necessarily looking for the micro. So here from Sentinels, getting rid of some pretty stock standard stuff. I would say that Diana's one that kind of pops out to me, wanting to hamper Ice's ability to do anything, is his Orianna was also really, really impactful in their first win in the round of 16.
Got the Jace start that one off there. We saw how it fared last time around for Cloud9. And who knows, Suzaku might be taking notes here, sees the opportunity to continue, follow this one up, has the potential to maybe make its way down towards ice if given the opportunity to flex, or of course if Rafa's still listening, maybe finds me to talk to some soon. But Sentinels, the first time that we do get to see, it is going to be the Morgana, more than likely making.
Could be beginnings, could be rest. I've seen a little bit of Morgana mid. It's a good matchup into Jace if they were to play it there, so keeping their options open. But if, trends are going to tell us anything, it's more than likely going to go to one of the two of the dragon laners down there. And so now here for Sentinels, I like this. This is a small shell that they've already built for themselves. Morgana alongside the Olaf. It is a little redundant just because Black Shield plus Ragnarok kind of does the same thing, but creating hard crowd control for your Olaf is always super appreciated here. And Suzaku taking away the Mundo, which we actually got to see in the support position as a really good counter into Thresh. So I wonder if this is a preemptive call from Suzaku saying, like, look, if you try to throw Morgana binding at me, I'm just going to walk right through it.
Absolutely having the CC dominance, but I like this even more. We talk about setting up a big front to potentially work with. Follow that up with even more poke. Throw down the Corki. This is exactly what made Sentinels falter in that second game there. And granted, you do need to take the time to put them in a position where they have the opportunity to scale up. I like that Sentinels are still trying to draft to find their way into that backline, but even still going to be putting beginnings back on that Thresh there, even in the face of that pickup.
Okay, so again, still wanting to keep it, a little bit open. Thresh is obviously going to be playing the support role, but you got countered immediately. This Mundo can still be support. Suzaku have not shown their hand, and talking about like that tanky front line to allow for your poke backliners to do stuff, Corki and Jace are really well equipped to do so. So from Suzaku, I kind of want to see a few more tanks. Galio is obviously banned, but Alistar, I've been talking about it, still a serviceable enough front line for your team. And if you want, you can still throw Corki in the bot lane and maybe get a kind of tankier mid laner in the mid lane. I think it would be really awesome for Suzaku to set up that front line, and then Sentinel's kind of a really tough time breaking that.
We still haven't kind of seen, obviously you have a little bit of the security regarding the Dark Binding as well as that sentence, but the CC prevention, of course, from the Mundo, as well as the rest of that. I still think we need, of course, as you set up very early on, a source of cloud control or just a semblance of starting Engage to get Sentinels rolling into a fight like this, or just secure anything onto be it this Corki or Jace. If not, you give them so much of an opportunity to extend the lifeline of this team and then continue to punish, right?
Yep, it's going to be rough. Sentinels, please save. Here we go. Can they go for it? More assassins.
This is the direction.
Exactly. I like this idea just because the Zed was taken away, so you're getting rid of assassin options here from Sentinels. This could also be an Akali top lane, which MTS has been the one that has really kind of reached for it, but it would just mean that you're kind of getting complicated with the mid pool. We'll have to see what comes out from them. Sentinels will not get Twisted Fate today. They've only gone one chance to grab this champion, and so far they have not gone for it. Suzaku going to be taking that away, so Corki going down there. Now, again, this is not as tanky as a frontline as I would want for someone like a Jace, but it is definitely people who can provide that hard crowd control that we were looking for them to then push into Sentinels.
Now they have a little bit more of a setup for themselves being in Wukong. I think it's definitely puts them in the position where they're going to be going for more of a dominant kind of poke instead of the long-standing one where you take the time to work into how the team fight plays out for you. You're definitely looking to capitalize off of the back end of a Cyclone gold card, then follow through with the obsessive damage. And then if you do have to peel out, you have a semblance of the opportunity through a heavy front line. But more than likely, you're going to be putting all your cards on the table at once here. In turn, of course, MTS. Now, once again, going to be reiterating back onto that Darius.
MTS, this is your time to shine, buddy. You've been a really, really good carry laner, but it's getting a little bit rough for them. And I think I have been Nocturnalted. He is not added into this game, but he's hit me. We've got a preemptive early ad. Is it? I
think this is the best you've ever looked.
Oh, okay. All I'm gonna say, Kangas wouldn't flame me like that. Kangas
I'm not
would've-
Kangas.
I can tell. We're
God.
getting some caster versus caster going
2
on.
years, and this is how you think I'm going to change at any given point out? You think I'm not going to throw you under the bus on broadcast? Well, you're wrong!
No! Oh no! This is the worst. Oh
Maryville
no!
versus Radiance. It never stops. And you know what else never stops? The action here at Fight Night. Into our third game here. It's best of one. Sentinels versus Suzaku. Of course, we're hoping for some other things across the board for Cloud9 and Infinity, but for these two, still some wins on the board.
Hopefully, and I think this is a really tough composition to try and play through for Sentinels. We've already talked about the Mundo there, but I mean, Rest and Beginnings, they're basically playing a pick composition through the bot lane. It's blow up one single member and then wait for cooldowns to reset and look for more fights. It's really going to be, I think, a tough one playing against what Suzaku have picked up.
And you know what? If we talked about the Riven last game, Mali being kind of this main focal point here for Sentinels, I think it's even more of a topic this game on that Akali, because yes, you have kind of the pick and drain from that Dragon lane, but the majority of your damage, especially in those late game moments, will be coming through from Mali and Sheesh going for the heavy rotation in there. Fan of Rinmi, able to put some damage, able to pull off the Honeycomb fairly early.
We've been informed here, talking about a little bit of the background of the players. Fan of Rinmi is named so because they have a crush on someone who's named Rinmi, which is really cute, by the way. I think that's super adorable, especially for a lot of the younger players here in Wild Rift. Just like naming your competitive account after a girl that you have a crush on is just like super good. It's super bad if she says no, though.
It's a memory that will last. Hopefully not as long as this death timer, as Sheesh picks up the first blood. It's a good pacing here for Sentinels. I like that they put it, of course, down there onto that Olaf, as that will now carry forward to the rest of these lanes, and might even be happening now. They're already on top of the pocket.
Yep, they're going to go right back in using the decoys. Beginning is here. Fan of Rinmi is coming, but they're going to wait out this gold card. And Sentinel's going to get an early advantage lead for themselves, right? The first blood is going to really be nice in it, kind of accelerating Sheesh and his backline for his pockets. But we're still kind of waiting, right? The first dragon is going to be the big tail for me as to which team is going to be kind of looking forward to it.
I got to give high praise to Beginnings, of course, though, always being there on the rotation to keep Sentinels on the forefoot. I know there was a little bit of punish that could have been provided by the combination of Ice and Taka. The fact that Beginnings actually stepped up to secure the priority there to keep kind of Sheesh in the running was good, especially after they got that warranted information that he was top, of course, down on the rotation there. So, Sentinels, keeping all their ducks in a row.
Yep. I wonder if in this game we do actually have the river duck, because one of my favorite things from League PC is they have like the little duck
animals
that sits in river. Yeah, the animals, the fauna comes through, and the duck is one of my favorite additions by far. He just sits there in the river, hangs out, and then like 45 seconds comes through and he just disappears. And it kind of makes me sad, but also, again, it is definitely the best addition to League.
I will say, if I had to find my own semblance of response there in terms of my favorite animal, it's definitely got to be the Gromp. Before Gromp, our little baby frog comes out and takes the chomp on that mushroom. Then comes, of course, the beast in the jungle themselves. And I think that's just the cutest moment. It's probably my favorite start to every single game. But of course, I find myself in jungle and looking like we might be seeing him a lot. But not quite the action here. Pick up once again for Sentinels in our Dragon lane. They're able to pick out Porky here on top.
Yeah, that's a really surprising pick. And we can kind of see that the summoners were already spent, so this was a pretty long extended fight. It was closer to Suzaku's turrets as well, so hopefully this doesn't kind of pan out too well for the side of Sentinels if you are a Suzaku fan, but the fact that they're able to find that pick is really important, because Corki Valkyrie is really, really good tool to try and avoid something like a Thresh Hook or a Binding, and getting an advantage in this bot lane is really detrimental to Suzaku, considering they already had the counter support matchup, and you're looking to play front-to-back team fights versus Sentinels.
Sentinels, though, they couldn't be looking any better. Remember, they are 1-1. If they pick up this, they technically actually tie up against Suzaku. So, Suzaku, they want to secure this one now here. Make sure that they will be finding their way, of course, towards this best of 5. We talk about those early objective takes. Sentinels, this time around, first time that we've seen any team go for this, it's the Rift immediately. They're going to quickly respond towards Dragon in response.
Wait.
Taco will be removed from place. Mally dives into the backline here. Stove as well. Can't quite get the heals off to keep this Mundo healthy. Ice is out with the Destiny, but Ta not quite as successful now. 3-0. Molly on a spree.
And in 15 seconds, Sentinels have absolutely destroyed this game. Suzaku are going to have such a hard time coming back into this. Molly starting off 4-0. They got the Rift Herald. They even got the Dragon with Taka in range to be able to smite. May have smited a little bit early there. I wasn't quite able to see it.
Right.
Suzaku are now absolutely in the dumpsters. They are super far behind in a composition that is looking to play a normal standard team fight, and now Sentinels have complete run of the map.
And they can do things like this, finding their way under turret, and I don't even know if the Ragnarok was particularly necessary in moments like those, given how quick that damage come out there.
Yeah, that may have been Sheesh saying, I definitely needed the bonus AD that comes from Ragnarok to just, like, make sure that this guy is 100% dead.
I mean, I don't care. I think it's still a flex either way. You know?
Yeah, of course, 100%.
Come
Sheesh,
on.
he's a young kid, so he's like, I'm going to just go for it. We're just going to destroy a fan of enemy, make sure this Jace is not able to have a really big impact. And now Zephyr, Suzaku find themselves in a really odd position where Twisted Fate can't go out into the side lane and help out Jace just because his mid turret is gone thanks to that Rift Herald. Your bot lane has already gotten crushed, and you look across, kind of across the field here to Sentinels. You have a really, really strong Olaf, and Akali is someone that typically has an okay matchup into Twisted Fate just because of the Destiny. You can see her while she's in Shroud, but what do you do?
What do you do when it's 4-0 and you're already struggling? Yeah, not quite an idea there. Ice will still find the response in Dragon and match Molly here, and I'm not quite sure that we'll ever really see Molly go for the full aggressive engage, but still, it's something you have to constantly worry about. An aggressive source of poke, and with rotations like Rest potentially coming through here to set this one up. Going to be spotted out, of course, with that ward is now Ta and Taka.
Oh no.
Oh, that binding almost got him killed. Stove there with an exhaust as well, but in turn, it will potentially be, could have been so good with the response there from the binding and the sentence. But hey, that's why you pick out that Mundo.
Good patience from Molly there to not immediately try to flash ult, try to kill onto Ta, as there's not really any objectives to go for, but we get to see how deadly this assassin can be. Taka, buddy, I don't know if the Cyclone's going to help.
Cyclone will not help there. Sheesh beginnings will be low, but they'll quickly rotate out and find their way to safety, as now Stove stepping up is taken out in response. Mally will find 2, not if 3, and with Ice under turret, nowhere to go. Head on home, baby. Find your way back to Fountain.
And now Sentinels, they're definitely mad after that game. Pierce, he got into them. He's like, look, guys, we can't be losing games like this. He may have said it in a little bit meaner words than I have, but they are stomping this one. I don't even know if they've taken turret plates away from Sentinels, so this could potentially be a perfect game. We're 8 minutes in. They're still available, the Dragon spawning in the next 20 seconons. Same thing with the Rift Herald, so we'll have to see what Suzaku's answer is. But getting perfect games here. Yeah, that kind of hurt.
Hurt to watch. Stove there.
Man.
That's your front. Now you literally do not have a way to step into a fight. You cannot contest there. And you know what? We'll shake it up to maybe some Sentinel jitters. You fear the big dogs. You come into the final match of the round robin. You say, we're already looking good. You might as well be secured here for that final best of 5. Maybe we just take it and run with it. Who knows?
Rinmi, I don't think you can be here, bud. You are a level down on Jace. You're going to die to bleed. MTS?
He'll keep this one going. Another axe to follow. Ice to fall to the bleed as well to secure that double kill. Beginnings in the position to potentially find a deep death sentence. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They can walk wherever they want. They continue to chase them back. The turret's not even down, and they find these guys all the way back into their base.
Yeah, this is now, I mean, incredibly rough for them. Similar to what we've been talking about for Sentinels last game. Without something like the Morgana, like a Leona, like a Thresh, they don't really have a go button. A lot of this is just Suzaku saying, okay, we're going to run at you, and you can't really stop us, but if we're behind, then that doesn't work at all. This Wukong has not really had a really impactful teamfight ultimate quite yet, and Ta has been getting caught out back to back to back. Corki package being used to finish out on Raptors is not what you want to see if you're on the side of Suzaku. Sentinels now poised, primed, and ready to go for a perfect game. They've got the Infernal, they've got a Mountain Drake, the scaling dragons of the game. This is a rough one. I don't know if we're going to get a perfect one just because there are so many different aspects of Wild Rift and League of Legends that kind of prevent wild games, turret plates being the biggest one in my mind. But it's close.
Well, let's take a look at that Dragon Lane at some point, given that there is a little bit of damage there on it, as both members will be going gold, but Taco will still fall. The Soul Shackles don't quite land, but Molly under turret sure does. Now a double kill. The Rift crashing in here will easily find the inhib and potentially maybe more.
Yeah, they haven't quite gotten the mid-turret quite, but at this point, it's formalities here for Sentinels. They're going to get this inhibitor. They're going to get a Rift Herald crash potentially onto the turret. Thankfully for Suzaku, they prevent that from happening. Sentinels now, I want to see them clean up some of their wave management. It has not been the best so far in their past couple of games, especially in the Cloud9 one. They just obviously were behind, so wave management is kind of taken away from you in terms of autonomy. But now here, make sure you're crashing all of your waves. Make sure you're syncing them up with your inhibitor wave that's now bot lane. Make sure you're that in Suzaku never get any access to their jungle.
In fairness, that wave was getting a little dangerous from ruining their perfect game in terms of the Dragon Lane, so they kind of had to rotate down there. I mean, I think we can give them a little bit of leniency here.
There, you're like my perfect game, bro. I'm not letting this go. I need to have it. We're not letting this turret go down. No plates.
Oh, jeez. You know what? Taco might have something else to say about that.
True, he wants it.
That wave.
Okay, he's pushing it out, but it isn't a super wave, so like, kind of doesn't matter.
It
just
doesn't
because the
matter.
super minion
It's over.
is gonna absolutely slam this wave.
Well, it was a short-lived dream for Suzaku, as now the final tier 2 does in fact fall here. Your next source will, of course, be potentially an inhib, or may pull back for the full dragon. Or Baron.
Okay. It could be either or at this point.
be.
30 seconds before the Drake spawns, they could look for a fight. It's more than likely just going to be off of pick coming from the bot lane here for Sentinels. Either
Yeah, of course.
fishing for hooks, looking for bindings.
Oh, yeah, there they
Suzaku
go.
they are all but confined to their base right now. They have to try and clear out vision where they can. Sentinels, they can just basically play in the fog of war and threaten Suzaku with more deaths and a potential earlier finish.
Ooh. Those bot lane engages don't quite land there, and in turn, they actually find a response, but none of the damage necessary to actually pick up any kills for a little bit of that mistake there, and actually, they fall. They still get Taka.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to be honest. Sheesh had me worried there. He had like 20% HP on Olaf, which is kind of like the sweet spot. That's the place you want to be when you're playing Olaf for the passive, but like, is a little too close. If we want our perfect game, we can't just let this guy die. We can't let the young prodigy here for Sentinels go down. They're gonna pick up Baron. Zephyr, I think we're looking potentially at our potential finals here. I don't know if Cloud9 have beaten Infinity or vice versa, but that would be the game definer for me, I think.
If Infinity do in fact win, then Sentinels will be moving on to here to take the final off against Suzaku. Of course, if Cloud9 are able to pick that one up for themselves, which is one of the more common thoughts here regarding that matchup, then we will have a bit of a tiebreaker, so it will come down to, of course, those game times. And like Alex said earlier...
Close it out, bud.
Yeah, I was about to say, quicker! Production's going to be counting, not us!
Exactly. They're looking at game time right now. Like, we've got one inhibitor. They're pushing out on both waves. This is the last time here for Suzaku.
Ooh, Sheesh is in deep, and a good pull from NTS sets up the end here. He will fall, and the perfect game is out of the range, but still, they're in the face of victory. They find the win for themselves, even at the cost of one.
I'm heartbroken. Not for Suzaku, maybe a
shouldn't
little bit
feel
for
like a loss.
Suzaku, but yeah, you let two members die. Sheesh was going to him under the Nexus turret
jeez.
there. There's no perfect game. I'm so sad. But I'm sure Suzaku are a little more broken up about it than I am. 24-3. It is just a slamming of gold. 14K or 14 minutes in. It's all Sentinels all day.
I will say, Alk, you know it's a privileged cast when you say it feels like a bit of a loss that it wasn't a perfect game.
Yeah.
That's how bad this one particularly stacked up to be. And the scariest part about it all is this is potentially that matchup that we will be seeing here for our finals. And it really didn't feel like there was a lifeline here for Suzaku. Granted, it was a hearty amount of mistakes in the early game that kind of just led to a snowball, of course. So,
yeah.
not the standard norm here for this team. Potentially a lot more for them to work.
It was right after we saw top lane fall, right? The Darius matchup got set up to a really nice start. Jace couldn't do much, and that part was a little worrying for me. But I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's still there.
The rest of this draft is still fine. We can still play this out, boys. And then Molly went 4-0, and I was like, this might be an FF, boys. This game might be over. This was like a little rough because at that point, then Akali is like, "Oh, you got
jeez.
this Mundo? I'm just gonna go right past him, and we're just gonna kill him." Which is why we saw things like the Zed get banned, right? So people who can bypass that front line and kill your back line is exactly what you want to see. And Molly stepped up to the plate.
And it's a bit of a shame there because it kind of all starts from the fact that Suzaku had opted to go for quite the early and there's just kind of shoddy take on that first Drake, right? They let it put in a good source of damage upon themselves, and they took a source of poke in return for trying to fight that one out off, kind of seeing it be a little bit of a kilter there on the Rift. And as a result, it was quick for Molly to come in and scoop up the majority of those kills there. Had they actually taken a second and said, hold on, we don't have priority, we don't have control of our mid or bot. I know first Drake is extremely important, but that's not something that will look good in the face of the overall picture here.
Yeah, it was a Mountain Drake as well, so, I mean, you could play for it, but another note that we really didn't get to touch on too much just because of how fast-paced the game got out of hand is this bot lane kill. The fact that not only did you have support counter matchup, but still end up going down. Here's the fight that we actually ended up getting to see. Tide, again, pretty okay positioning, but this is just one of those games where it doesn't really matter how well some of the individuals have played. The game is just over at that point. The gold lead, the experience lead that they're also kind of getting in their back pocket.
It's
exactly,
just too much.
And they're just fighting with wallets at that point. So it's really tough, especially for Suzaku. Like, guys, we could win this one. I know I've experienced that in a couple of my solo queue games where, you know, either myself or some of the other people that I'm playing with, one of us gets down and it's like, okay, well, we could play this out. But I am getting slammed. And my ability to have fun is being tampered with, so I'm not having fun anymore, and I start complaining. Suzaku probably feeling a little bit of that work.
Well, we'll see how they fare now. Take a look at the scores, and it will, in fact, be the three-way tie here between the three, and I believe, is this in correct order?
Yes.
I'd like to check.
This
this
is in correct order. So we have Sentinels versus Cloud9, which is really heartbreaking for Suzaku to not only get almost perfect game in our last game of the groups, but also get sent home in third place. They had a really valiant effort finding the first two wins and not only beating Cloud9 there, but it's rough to see, and now we get to see kind of in an unexpected way, right? We were expecting for Cloud9 and Sentinels to be front runners for this event, but maybe not in this fashion.
I was about to say we were, and then we weren't. We took a little bit of a dip on our roller coaster ride, and then we started chugging that one back up coming out of Game 3 as we set up, of course, for our now final matchup between the two here.
This should be exciting, Zephyr. We've got a lot of great stuff coming up. It's a best of 5. First team to go gets $500. Do not go anywhere. We're going to go straight to a break here. Come back, guys. Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format, where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift. Hey everybody, guess what? Unlike Zephyr's school life, it's finals time. That means we can be excited. We don't have to do any tests. We don't have to cram. We just have a best of 5 here between Sentinels and Cloud9. I'm AlkBattery, still joined by Zephyr for the night. How are we doing? How are we feeling? We get to finally get to the best of 5?
I'm feeling a little bit still surprised, but once again, on our analogy from earlier, this roller coaster, we're still just chugging along, starting to approach what is potentially the hill, getting ready for that crazy drop, looking to see how these two teams now shake up, as this is technically a rematch from what we got the opportunity to see recently here, of course, on WNS. And while today has spelled otherwise here, maybe Cloud9 can shape things back up. They've had quite the miracle run back into this one, make their way all the way to finals, like you yourself were saying fairly early on.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the first round to Suzaku. They took a really dominant win up against Sentinels in the second round, and then obviously beat Infinity, sending them into 4th place, and then taking their spot in second here. As we get the lineups that we've seen throughout the day, Molly having a really awesome performance yet again on a melee carry champion, while Cloud9 still looking at success through Tarzane in his champion pool, which has been kind of all over the place. I know we saw Jace earlier today. This weekend we got to see him play a lot of Vayne jungle, and I'm kind of hopeful to see what else they've got in the tank. What are the kind of spicy stuff they're willing to show us, as this is going to be one of the few times we see them between now and the major, since they've already qualified.
You know, it's a narrative that we don't really talk about, but it is a potential place for these teams to scrum up and find a competitive meta outside, of course, what they do, you know, their solo queue games here on, of course, Wild Rift. So the fact that they are able to pull off things like that, or say someone like Tarzan, does give them the opportunity to potentially look in the future and say, hey, this did work out. We understand its comprehensive strengths and weaknesses, and maybe we can work with it once again. So I like that.
Yeah, I just realized during that whole thing that Cloud9 actually didn't qualify, because they did lose in, it was Immortals, it was Enemy, it was Tribe,
and
it was
Sentinels.
Okay, so there we go. Wow, I actually, okay, well, Sentinels, we won't see them for a couple of
Whoa,
weeks.
hold on. You weren't particularly wrong. You said it will be in, you know, these upcoming majors. You didn't say which one.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Thank you, Zephyr. Pulling me out from that one. Pulling me out from that mistake.
I can throw you under the bus, and I can also take you out.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sentinels, however, are kind of biting the bullet here, oddly enough.
All right.
Varus has been a mainstay red side ban, and this time they're the ones saying, we're going to get rid of it. We're going to be the ones that take that one as Cloud9 pick up Diana.
Continuing to put some focus back there, of course, towards Molly. And we've gotten the opportunity to see how Molly now fares, of course, being on something like the aggressive assassin picks, being that in that Akali game. And while the Akali is something that usually takes a little bit more to pull off in terms of a composition, looked a little bit different last time. But even still, they are going to ban it.
Okay. Really cool stuff here, as they're just trying to focus out Molly's champion pool.
Interesting.
They already pushed them to the Riven here.
Ban
I
Zed.
wonder if they're going to, exactly, if they're going to ban Zed, or are they going to be the ones to ban the set here? As obviously so many members between these two teams can play the set to a really good high level. I'm just wondering as to what that means for the compositions, because as soon as Sentinels are able to grab set, Cloud9 are able to respond with potentially the Camille, potentially with the Fiora. Looks like that's not going to be the case. So Sentinels, what is your first pick? We haven't really got a chance to kind of see them explore blue side all that much.
You know, and they're still going to look for, of course, response in mid, so probably start drafting up that top, of course. Baron, apologies. MTS going to be, of course, on that Camille, nonetheless. Not as, of course, a response, but still very strong in its own right. We haven't had the real opportunity to see a Camille excel in our games here today, but it still is something that can be just as punishing, especially when you, of course, get those solo hexagonal commands. But now, Cloud9, taking a little bit of a pill off of some of their recent games. Throw that Morgana into the mix, of course. Going to be making its way down there into the hands of Old School or Selma if they want to trade that one back, of course. So we talked about some of the mage play that has happened in the bot lanes. And hey!
Ooh.
Now that Lee Sin.
Okay, I know we talked about it in the last game, but I think if you're looking for a deadly mid-jungle 2v2, Morgana Lee Sin, you land one skill shot, the other one is bound to land. As soon as that binding goes in, Lee Sin can go in, execute, find those kills. And I like this response from Sentinels, picking up Olaf, a pretty good answer pretty early on into the draft against Lee Sin. Can fight and skirmish really well, especially when we get to the scuttles, which we've been seeing have been so important. Something that's been banned against Sentinels every single game has been this Lulu. And so finally we get to see its appearance. I don't know if this will be in Beginning's hands. I know he's been trying out some dark tech with like a Seraph's Embrace Lulu so that she never dies and she just keeps pumping out spells, but it's honestly like a madhouse between these two teams as to where things are going to go.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Rakan will be making its way, of course, towards the Dragon Lane.
Yes.
That's something that can be secured here. I do want to touch on it, though. Sentinels able to find that Lulu this time around. This does kind of go back, and it solves a major weakness for the squad that we have seen earlier today in what was their loss here against Cloud9. And it was a lot of that survivability, the fact that they had comps that could run you down, but weren't able to pull off that full source of damage when they needed to, giving them that extra second, especially with such survival champions like Olaf, of course, being here for Sheesh. It definitely makes this pairing a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, it makes also the first dragon really kind of, I would say, easily contestable for Sentinels, right? Like, you can get rid of Lulu is going to kind of eventually link up with Olaf, and it is at that point up to Cloud9 to answer that. Who do they focus? Are they going to try and get rid of the Olaf so that Lulu does not have a hyper carry, or just get rid of the Lulu and so the hyper carry is not as much as one to stand out here. For Sentinels now, what I want to see for them is still some hard engage. The Olaf will run forward, but you need someone to lock them down, and Camille does have a hook shot. She has the Hexic Ultimatum, but I don't quite think it is enough. I still want to see some other things from them. And for Cloud9, they need a strong marksman who can only stand by themselves, and the mid matchup, I think, is still undetermined as to what it is going to be. And Meals and Molly have such flexible champion pools that we're going to kind of have to dive into maybe some niche picks here.
Potentially, and of course, as you said earlier, you still have the opportunity for those flexes to come through if necessary, of course, being that and that Morgana at any potential to start up what is that mid matchup. Instead, of course, we do see what will be that front here for Cloud9. I'm still looking for a little bit more of an aggressive source of damage, keep things running. They're going to leave it up for last pick here to make sure that they get a full read on this composition. And Zelo now on that Darius against the Camille there. See how long he can last. Hopefully, once he gets past the initial stages there, should be able to find some structure in that play.
And we get to see Caitlyn here. Rest, yet again, going for a more lane-dominant champion, like we saw in the first game, right? He picked up the Lucian, absolutely smashed, did not have a single death to his name. And now for Sentinels, they're playing with a really nice amount of long range, right? Caitlyn, Ziggs can keep them at bay, but Cloud9 have a run at you comp. You have Rakan, you have Lee Sin. All of these champions want to go towards you, and you know it's a me fight comp.
Can't stop them.
Right into it. Exactly. Akshan can swing on in, also has great flanks. So for Sentinels, they just need to survive the first couple of seconds of a team fight, and perhaps they can win. It's going to be dicey. It is 100% going to come down to a lot of skill matchups, but Sentinels, they have the range advantage. I'm just not sold on Caitlyn. Caitlyn has not been a particularly good performer, and I'm still wary about putting Rest in a position where he has to mechanically outplay other players.
And the problem here is you talk about that run comp. They didn't answer the question regarding Linkage, and while yes, Lulu is something that will keep things healthy for a period with the wild growth, potentially kind of being that savior at any given point, there is still so much opportunity here for Cloud9 on multiple angles. I mean, it's not just what we talked about earlier with Tarzane and Meals. You also have the constant source of engage pressure from that Dark Binding, as well as Selma being on the Rakan. I mean, any one of these targets can be the bane of your existence if you're not careful there.
Exactly. The Lulu polymorph is also going to be an important thing to watch, as that will stop a lot of the early engage. What's up?
Oh, I said yes, sir. I was agreeing with you.
I thought you were calling me out. You were like, hold up. We're
In
missing
Texas,
something. Okay.
we call those we
Yes.
respect, sir. It's not sarcastic.
Florida boy, you already know how it is.
I knew exactly where you were coming from, baby.
We are getting right into game one here as Sentinels are looking to try and put up a really dominant early start, and Cloud9 trying to play upset, I think, because they've already had their number in the WNS, and here playing for first place, it would be really important for them.
Something to shore up a little bit of maybe the emotions and something that could be running behind this team after what was their fruitful loss there in the qualifiers. And hey, they've already pulled off the win, earlier tonight, so technically they're one step away from doing it again. What I do worry about, of course, as you have set it up here, is not just early dominance for Sentinels, but the fact that this team, yes, can be punished upon, but if, gotten to the point where you can just throw your bag at all your problems, then suddenly, those minute weaknesses don't matter so much anymore.
Exactly. Sentinels, so they'll have some early push. I like what they're doing here. Beginnings getting punished for kind of being out of position there. Knowing that they're going to be ducking into Fog of War on either side of the river, getting away that flash. We'll have to see how important that is, as it's still 2.5 minutes rest. Buddy, I don't know if I advise this one. You don't know where Lee Sin or Rakan are. Playing in Fog of War is kind of dangerous, but no frontline for Ziggs or Caitlyn. It's going to be rough.
Back into the hook shot here. Won't be able to force out the flash, but they do pull out that barrier against Zillow there. And, of course, it's one defensive tool, but it's enough to potentially maybe look for a reapproach towards that Baron lane once, of course, Sheesh is able to find his way back up there.
Ooh. I just love how sneaky Akshan can be. Playing in Fog of War, you do have visions, but you don't have vision wards. And it's so interesting to watch how players play around this really unique stealth mechanic, because there's so few of them in Wild Rift, right? There's no Shaco. We do have Evelynn, but she hasn't been in the game, competitively speaking, for a few months now. So it's always super awesome to see how different players play it.
It's a rare sight. For now, though, Wave is crashing back, of course, into Sentinels here. I did like a little bit of the source of poke that we did start to kind of see out of Rest here. You talked about maybe not expecting the level of mechanical control from him. Well, I don't think he has a choice here. Granted, you can put some reliance, of course, towards Mally on that Ziggs, but you need to be a focal point here for this squad, which is not something we typically get out of the Sentinels roster here. So kind of putting their eggs in a different basket going into our first match of the night is now big dive. Double flash found there. MTS to run away. Pulls out the last bit of that Hextech ultimatum. Can't quite survive. Mally, though, quick to come up from behind, pick up a kill in return.
That's a huge win for them. They just went 2 for 1 on that play. And Sheesh is here to try and bully them away from this lane. Morgana just got a recall in, so that should be a plate for Sentinels alongside of that. A great call from the side of Sentinels, and MTS having a flash of mechanical brilliance that we do tend to see it a little more often, but it's always a treat to get from him, as ends up living on that play. It's so important that actually ended up working, because we were talking about the Caitlyn comp a little bit before this, right? But if you're behind as Caitlyn, this game is just over. Like, you don't get to play it. We're going to get a replay of that fight right before the Dragon and Rift Herald spawn here, as we get to see how MTS played this one out. I mean, flashes out, use the Hextech ultimatum, the shielding from the passive, everything just comes together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was surprised that there was a kill found in return there. I believe, of course, there. Those final moments of Zello. But now, sheesh. Fairly deep there. The Ragnarok is going to be utilized, and will quickly pick up this Darius. Tarzane going into the backline will, of course, find Mally, but it's not a worthy trade, in my opinion. You are no longer there to defend against this Rift Herald, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a Rakan steal this time on Selma on the other end.
Yeah, it's going to be Rift Herald there for Sentinels, and they can go ahead, reset, and
Wow.
get ready for this Drake. There was an odd number fight. Cloud9 were trying to brute force their way through that fight, thinking Lee Sin is kind of fed. He can do a lot of damage here. Darius hasn't been really touched all that much. And especially with such a great engage from Selma, I'm sure Cloud9 were feeling a little bit positive about that fight. But you just saw what happens when Lulu has a vehicle to kind of utilize. And now
Ooh.
Sheesh is just turbo fed at this point, right? He has a about 500 gold lead, already finished the Black Cleaver, but I mean, he's just unstoppable at this point.
I was gonna say he's literally unstoppable. He
Yeah.
already has the Ragnarok back up after that fight as well, so they may not know, but they obviously can't look for any kind of response here on the strike, so they just give this one away for Sentinel. So now continuing to line the pockets here of this squad and keep complete objective control. I like that, of course, they're going to find a first turret response, but just as quickly, it's Mally and the rest on their own rotation to balance it out.
I was going to say, I've really liked how Cloud9 have been able to punish on the side lane. We saw in the Rift Herald fight that Akshan had whittled away at this turret. It hasn't quite fallen, but as soon as they say, hey, look, we can't get the dragon, cut our losses, pick up the tier 1 in the top lane, it's so important for them to have really quick rotations here. So I like the foresight coming out from Cloud9, and Sentinels still with a really good lead. They still have the Rift Herald in their back pocket. We'll have to see where they look to crash it. They are sending Ziggs to match this Akshan, but that turret should be going down. I want to see them break open the mid lane turret. Make sure that Cloud9 can't have access to some of their jungle camps.
You know, one of the biggest problems here for the Cloud9 roster that we never really discussed in terms of composition is a big question regarding the damage. I know you have a lot of that kind of dive burst in the combo between Akshan and Lee Sin, but what happens when you really aren't able to find your way into that backline? Things like the Olaf being too oppressive. These fights are extended for so long with Rest and Mally able to poke from afar before you're even able to engage here. As a result, Cloud9 might be losing out on the fight before it even begins now that they can't pull the trigger anymore.
It's time to do the dive thing. See you later.
And well, hey,
All right.
he's gonna extend it for a little bit here, and actually, wow, just for a second, hold off a Mega Inferno. The damage was available. Gonna stunt the waves, grow up, but Sentinels quick to respond. Tier 1 in the mid with the Rift, a nice source of gold for himself. Pick up Baron lane while you're at it as well.
Okay, this, I think, was a flub here from Cloud9. As Sentinels, you already know from the side of Cloud9 that there are a couple people sitting in mid. Maybe there's one person sitting in Fog of War near the red buff, but Cloud9, they had already taken control of that quadrant of the jungle. Just go for the dive and let Morgana sit in mid lane. I was going to comment that the wave clear from Cloud9 is really good just because you already have a marksman in the mid lane, but also Morgana is so deadly to deal with when you have the Tormented Shadow. You just sit in front of the mini wave and it's disappearing. As you can see right now, Old School made the rotation down, and that gave Sentinels a window to start slamming into this mid turret, start slamming into top. They say that, MTS, we're fighting, boys.
MTS looking fairly healthy, just trying to extend this fight out. Another Mega Inferno will put Cloud9 potentially in a rough place as they are able to pick up the kill, but will have to try to escape the clutches of Sheesh here. A massive knock-up in response as a big thunderous boom here from Sheesh as he picks up two. He also swing deep, but not deep enough there. Sentinels continues to rack it up.
I was so afraid that we were going to see a tempo reset, the revives coming in from Akshan, but swings right into danger. That was a really risky fight there from Sentinels, believing in Sheesh to go right into the backline. We saw the ultimate as well. Beginnings having to flash forward. This is one thing that I did have a critique for Sentinels in this draft is Olaf can go forward, and he's very fast with the Righteous Glory. His team needs to be able to catch up and needs to be able to survive while they're doing that. So Rift Herald here. Lee Sin sitting in fog. Watch if they can steal this.
Will find his way in, but a little bit too late. Ragnarok already put back in response. Meanwhile, Zalo was caught out at a certain point there. We see him fall, and that split actually punishes Sheesh. And it kind of goes hand in hand with what you're saying. It's such a fast engage. You can't really get your team to follow through there. Granted, that time around, I think it was a little bit of a misdirection.
Yeah, they were definitely sitting on two different angles of fighting and gone in it. this is a really small thing thanks to just having Akshan on your team. I'll hold that as...
Oh! What a catch there from afar! The first major fight of success here for C9 as they pick up not just 2, but potentially 3 there. Meals punts it out. Can't quite get the last auto off to secure a bit of the passive there, but now Ollie is able to defend. This will give them the time, though, to find their way back onto this dragon.
And Cloud9, they'll be able to get a Mountain Drake, which is a really nice cushion just because of where they find themselves a little bit down in gold. It'll kind of provide that shielding that allows for them to survive some of this poke, which is very good for them. Sentinels got double punished on that fight. Not only did they lose out on Sheesh giving a shutdown over to Meals, but because Meals is playing Akshan, it revived Lee Sin. Tarzane was able to get back out onto the map, and they started up with all of those fights that we just saw, where they found multiple picks and were able to take control of the map. So now, even Gold State, relatively speaking, and Sentinels really can't access any of the waves. They don't have someone who could sit on side lane and push except for Camille, and, I mean, Ziggs is very, very susceptible to fighting.
Thankfully here, I will say Sentinels, they still have a dominant comp for themselves in terms of the full 5-on-5. A lot of the success that we have seen C9 pick up in these last few moments has been kind of the apparent split of the Sentinels roster. Once you do have the full front to back and it is playing appropriately, I don't think C9 has as much access. Granted, putting Tarzane in a place where he now has the opportunity to find the successful damage in terms of the speed at which it comes out is not good, right? The whole benefit you had from a dominant early game was the fact that you were putting the only source of damage behind. Now it's been, of course, evened up. So even still in that 5v5 situation, a good flank could be the name of the game here.
You say that, we've got Secret Agent Selma right now. They're trying to find a pick onto Old School. He gets out from the ultimate. They're trying to throw in the Caitlyn headshot as well. Selma, what are you doing, man? This guy just went all the way around the enemy team and was able to escape pretty unharmed there.
I mean, I gotta give it to him.
Yeah.
Grant didn't find anything, but the fact that he made his way back in is still just as good as Zello. That's gonna be the re-engage from Selma. He will fall at the hands of Sheesh. Big flash from Zello, able to get the axe off over the wall, continuing his aggression upon onto Rust is now Beginnings, the only member forced to flash. It's a huge return for C9 here.
Oh my god, they just found a ton of kills, resets. Baron is up in 30 seconds, but this is a massive win for Cloud9. As first game into the series, they stop a Rift Herald push, an overextension there from Sentinels. They're able to push his bot lane wave. They're able to now crack open the tier 1 in mid lane. And Beginnings just has to kind of watch as not only his team, but his map crumbles around him. C9, a really excellent flank there from Tarzane. And even with Selma going now, we get to see the replay of this. Multiple members of the Cloud9 team playing flanks excellently, and Selma with another fantastic recon engage.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've got to give massive credit to Zelo and Selma to start that one off there so appropriately, because it really just muddled the play completely in terms of their Rift push. And granted, of course, Tarzan comes in to clean that one up, but the majority of that fight had already taken place in terms of getting rid of those major windows, taking out the cooldowns that would be able to peel back here for that Sentinels comp. So finally, Cloud9, they have a gold advantage for themselves. They're back into this game here, and they continue to stay alive.
Okay, so definitely looking forward to the next game. Rakan just became the most contested champion in my mind. Just because both of these guys have had pop-off performances on it today, and it is just such a simple, easy engage. And now we've got an Ocean Drake spawning in 15. This right here determines the game. If Sentinels look to fight here, they're going to need a pretty massive win to take control back into this game. Otherwise, it gets very dicey for them as Cloud9 can continue to push waves and Dragon stack on their back end. I mean, Cloud plus Mountain, super difficult to deal with.
So well, they're a little bit split. Potentially could have looked for the engage. It's a big root that is found.
going
Going to
in.
force that Ragnarok, and it is a steal here for Sheesh. Able to pull off what is going to be that GA, but still, even still, Zalo is continuing to pick up kills as Old School finds the triple shackle in the backline. The C9 roster are able to find their response, even with such an aggressive move here from Sentinel's dive.
Sheesh found the dragon, but everything else fell behind. Molly doesn't have a reasonable front line to stand in front of him, so Ziggs just kind of gets dogpiled there. Old School, his positioning so far, we haven't been able to talk about it much, has been really top-notch. I mean, getting the soul shackles there to lock up multiple members of Sentinels, the binds have been awesome, and I mean, just speaking utility-wise, the Black Shields and the Tormented Shadow are providing so much for Cloud9 as they now pick up a Baron buff, and I don't know if we'll get to it, but the Elder Infernal Drake basically kind of gives one team a free win condition at that point. Cloud9 more so, but Sentinels being able to pick that up will just give them an additional boost that maybe can help them cross the hurdle.
This is what we talked about to set this game up immediately in draft when they didn't provide any kind of defensive option for themselves. The fact that this roster just gets completely destroyed once you do see that split found from Sheesh. And while it was expended for that dragon, once that spacing was available, quickly Cloud9 were able to swoop in and take advantage of it. And I'm sorry to say it, but that's going to continue to happen this game unless you just have what is an absurd full 5-man dive, which is it's just not something that Sentinels will pull off.
This is a small bit of itemization tech that I like here from beginnings. He's picked up the Banshee's Veil just because he knows if I get engaged upon, the longer that that I don't have uptime to be able to use my spells to help out Sheesh or help out another one of my carries, the worse it is going to be for my team. So having that Banshee's Veil is super key for trying to stay alive. Also, AP scaling on Lulu is nothing to scoff at, so it does feel a little bit nice there. As right now, Zephyr, we're in that awkward position where there's 3 items for MTS and for Sheesh, and it is all on them to carry these. Rest has just now finished the RFC, but the items for Caitlyn are not really all there, and you still need to pick up something like either a Bloodthirster or an armor penetration item.
For sure. It's just far too healthy. Even someone like Tarzane, who's putting out a majority of the damage in response to some of those dives there, you can't actually punish him out. And that kind of goes back to what you were saying very early on, a little bit of the question regarding why the Caitlyn shows up here coming into this composition. Still, there is some time for it to make its impressions as we do see a little bit of that armor pen start to come out there. The setup, though, I never think it really will be available, especially when you have someone like Beginnings, a lot more heavily focused on your divers.
Exactly. Sentinels now, we talked about it earlier, they need to be able to walk into Fog of War. They got to hold hands and pray to God that Cloud9 are not just waiting in a bush to kill all of them, because now Caitlyn can't really set up, and you're in a really dire situation trying to play to defend your inhibitor turrets as they're slowly assaulted.
They know they have numbers advantage right now because the back is coming through. I like the slow on that Mega Inferno in response with a satchel to pull the GA here out of Tarzane. It's Sheesh from behind with the Ragnarok. He is going to burn there, but they're able to pull it off. Selma deep with a response on the CC to stop the action from coming through. MTS is able to pick up one here, and it does slow the pacing down as teams draw even. Back's going to come out from both sides, but the Baron is up, and they're going to take this one out before they make their way to Fountain.
They're doing it really quickly thanks to just having Tarzane there, as well as Sheesh. Sheesh knows. He's like, I have to make a call here. Do I go for Baron? Do I go for the Dragon? They recognize that the Dragon is way more important, and teleports are going to start being picked up here from the side of Sentinels and Cloud9. They want to get back out of the map as soon as possible. Starting up this Dragon. Sentinels, this is your only timer to do so.
You had to do it. I'm sorry to say it, but at that moment right there, you give Tarzan, Old School, everyone the opportunity to rotate in and defend this river here. And the thing is, the numbers advantage only starting up continues to help Cloud9 in this situation. Still, though, Sentinels did not look the worst coming into that last fight. They were able to draw it out even Granted, at not as high of a health, given that they could not go for the contest onto that Baron.
I mean, Sentinels did well, but Cloud9 did way better. Tarzane, the fact that he didn't die, even with his GA popping there, you would have thought there's so many traps around his body. How does he get out? He's able to flash, kick, rest into the enemy team, into his team's waiting arms, and even with MTS and Sheesh just running straight into the back line, Cloud9 take a really dominant teamfight victory, so now they're setting up for the Dragon. This is getting dicey. You gotta look for something. No flash from Sheesh.
Zelo's on the back end and pulls off the cone there. Hookshot is down for a moment, but Cloud9, they pull off. They're not going to go for the full 50-50. They want to take a fight. They know they're strong here. They have the advantage in the priority of these waves. They're going to let them push in, force a response from Sentinels, force them to make a choice here.
All day, it's been Sentinels, shoddy wave clear here, or wave management. They're going to try and go in now.
MTS back in there with the Amida Hexac ultimatum. It's such a deep dive from Selma to charm almost everyone. Sheesh is split. The GA is down as Sheesh will officially go out here. 4v4. Everyone is left standing, but at least you stop the Drake for now.
It doesn't even matter for this team at this point. The minions in the game!
The minions in the game!
Wait, what? Huh? What? It wasn't even a super minion. It was just a
regular wave!
Sentinels, they got punished for not doing proper wave management. Cloud9 kept them in the fight. They took way too long, and I've definitely lost a few solo queue games. I'm sure someone in chat has experienced this before, but that feels awful if you're Sentinels. And Cloud9, the comms must be them chuckling, must be them laughing. That is really tough loss.
We called it. We said you've got to find some response there to that Baron lane, or else it's going to become a problem. But never did I think it would finish like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They did it. I mean, Cloud9, they were behind in the early game, and even with Molly pumping out all of that damage, 30,000 damage, it wasn't enough. They did it. They weren't able to attend to their side lanes. They lost out on a ton of team fights back to back to back, even with Sheesh going right into the back line and setting up chaos for his team. Cloud9, I think, methodically not only played the map, but also played team fights really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, more than well there, but I think it starts even earlier. It starts from the very beginning here. Even though Sentinels were able to find a semblance of lane dominance to work with, starting to put some of their carries on the foot there, we can go back. You know, I mean, we got the opportunity to take a look, of course, at those damage charts, and there are some core issues regarding how this comp was dressed up. The major one being the split and the fact you have no major protection for your damage carries, but also the fact that you really weren't putting out a good source of anything on something like that Caitlyn. I'm willing to easily bet you here, had they actually had the opportunity to pick something a little bit more surefire aggressive in that Dragon lane, this probably would have been a Sentinels win.
Potentially so. I just want to give a really huge shout out to Selma, someone who may go a little unwelcome or a little unthanked in a lot of his engages, but this entire game is pivoting off of his engagements on Rakan. It is snap finds on the grand entrance with the ultimate, not only stopping the Rakan or starting the Olaf, but just being a nuisance. Like, you see all of these quicknesses, they're right onto backline members of Sentinels. They're either trying to stop the Lulu.
This one.
And this fight right here.
This one.
Just watch Selma. Watch Rakan play right here. Just the battle dance into the grand entrance. He ends up dying, but he buys enough time for his team so that Tarzane and Zelo can clean up this fight. Molly is unable to do anything. And if you're a support player and you want to take some inspiration, and you're maybe a Rakan player as well, again, it's plays like this.
There it is. A massive, I mean, we don't give out MVP awards here, but obviously would be the absolute dominance of Selma shown here. And I gotta say, it's been a day of support play from both of these squads. I mean, you talked about it in the middle of that game, how the fact that we more than likely won't be seeing that Rakan across the board, or it will be a highly contested option for the both of these teams, because Beginnings had just as good of play here in what was our round robin earlier.
Beginnings on Rakan looked really good. He stole a Rift Herald with it. I didn't see Selma do it. So I know the Sentinel boys, if they're trying to one-up Cloud9, they're like, well, you didn't steal an objective, did you? I mean, Beginnings could do it. Can Selma do it? But I'm sure Selma's also like, well, I did kind of just like completely 1v9 that game with my Rakan.
A little different. A little different.
Get a Rift Herald, win game 1 of a best of 5. Yeah, it's a toss-up.
Lose to minion wave crashing.
Get a Rift Herald, you know.
Whoa!
Split it down the middle. You know, we'll split it down the middle on that one. As we get ready for game 2, we do have to take notes for a couple of things, right? We already mentioned the Rakan. I know we touched a little bit on the Caitlyn there for rest. I still want to see them kind of play mages, and I think we're going to start to shift away from playing marksman in the bot lane just because Varus is permanently banned.
Yeah.
Ziggs is one that also kind of reaches there. And especially between Old School and Rest, these were the first 2 in North America to really start to bring out mages. It's kind of the trio between Rest, Dienzio, and Old School. These 3 are more than willing to switch to a more AP carry, like the ability power champions. The Morgana, the brand is definitely huge, and Orianna becomes such a huge priority between them.
Absolutely. I think that's the crucial weakness of that game. I will say it again. I think had they had the opportunity to follow through on a lot of that damage, provided something like that, and not had to wait for Rest to come online at any given point, I think the 15-minute period where you had Sentinels in the driver's seat would have continued on, right? Because at the end of the day, the Caitlyn has no major response towards those nets. It's such a hard setup of an AD.
It's really difficult. And again, as soon as you fall behind on Caitlyn, you're doing nothing. You're waiting for your team to hit you with the homie stock, maybe come through and save you, because you can't set up traps. You do have range, but the damage is just not comparable to someone like either the Morgana or with another kind of some of the other marksmen that we see in the meta. So really, the Caitlyn, I have not been a big fan of it, and we haven't seen it too much, not only in WNS, but also even going back through other fight nights. The champion has really fallen off a cliff since her release. So, I don't know, man. I kind of like his Lucian. I don't like his Lucian, but also Engage support versus Enchanter is a really tricky matchup to play. It is definitely, you have to play a little bit differently when you're looking at, instead of something like Engage versus Engage.
Well, speaking of Engage here, we talked a lot about that Rakan obviously being a big voice, but I don't think we really will get the opportunity to see it in either of the hands here once again. Granted, it might fall the wayside of Beginnings, and we'll get the opportunity to check out how that one potentially falls out here, of course, with Sentinels having the opportunity to pick the side selection. Now, what, if you had to pick, would be a good kind of trade back for Selma to work with? I know that bot lane, especially Old School and Selma, pull out what is that mage-oriented combo that they like to work with in terms of what they typically draft for. So I always will see that as an option. But personally, if you're looking for a win condition for the squad, what is the major pickup?
It could be Thresh. I think his Alistar is still serviceable. There's a lot of Engage supports that are definitely still viable. If we're looking at kind of similar compositions being built, I think Braum also serves a really good option if you're going to give away Ziggs on the opposite side to Sentinels. So a lot of options here for Cloud9 support pool-wise. I do want to see a little bit more of an impactful matchup here for the mid lane. Both of these mid laners really didn't get to have a say in this matchup just because you are playing, you literally have Meals and Molly both playing against each other, and this is an explosive matchup in my mind. I want to see Molly on a carry and Meals try to find some kind of funky counter pick that can kind of either neutralize it or play to another lane. He's usually a secondary carry for this team, and I really love to see what he comes out with.
A little bit of an accessory to what we usually see out of maybe the combo pairing of Old School Selma, or, of course, Tarzane being that major focal point here for the Cloud9 roster. So what he can provide, definitely going to be something to look at here. Of course, going into game 2, start this one off, the permaban on that Varus not going to be available as well. Yeah, there you go.
We're never going to see Varus, man. You know who does get to see Varus? I do. I get to play Varus in my solo queue games because people are banning Tryndamere. That champion is absolutely turbo busted. But sadly, we don't get to see any of the marksman players pick this up. It's kind of sad just because I do really like playing Varus, and I like other people playing Varus just because being able to play from a screen away is super interactive and very fun.
When champion design fails, when you're having a good time and they are not, and at the expense of whether you're fed or not, okay? If you're just having a bad time from the beginning to the end of the game, that's a problem.
That's not my problem, though.
That's not your problem.
Winning, the person who's not having fun is the opponent, and they can deal with it. That is not for me to deal with. Like, they're not having fun.
Where's the empathy?
The empathy is in my promotional marks going up. The numbers going up. We're trying to go up in the ranked. But we've got Akshan hitting the table. Morgana as well. Rakan is not really someone that I expect to be kind of a first pickable champion. Exactly. Cloud9 now, you can go for whatever you want. I mean, Sentinels are more than likely going to pick up either the Set, which is just now banned, or Camille again. And this allows for Cloud9 to answer in kind like we saw in Game 1.
And a little bit of the potential for a salty run back. Potentially, of course, the Akshan being out, you can't really say that with the Morgana as well. But for Sentinels themselves, they've got all the time in the world to draft this one out exactly how we see fit. I really don't think the Camille is the wrong choice here. I think you set that one up successfully every time around. Granted, it needs a little bit more of a front so that it's not taking the dominant source of damage here for the comp. That's when it looks really, really good. The problem is MTS is getting capitalized on way too quickly when we look at game.
I think we just need some follow-up, right? Because Camille, I've always likened Camille to being a very flexible champion, a very fluid one in her identity, where she can be both a backline diver, she can be a really good pseudo tank just because of her ability to use her passive and her ultimate. But she really needs someone to follow up on that engage, right? It is always going forward for Camille with the hook shot. And, you know, if you have something like a Ziggs, that's awesome. And Cloud9 already answering with a really strong 1-2 here in Jace and Galio.
In the fact that they took away what was, of course, the Akshan run, they let that one slip through. And we talk about the sources of engage that might potentially be available here for this roster. Go for it. Go for that Galio. It's as strong as it can be, of course, being with that taunt as well as damage at a given point in the rotation, which will be absolutely wonderful. I like the Jarvan pickup as well. We got the opportunity to see how it actually played into the first victory of the day for Cloud9 when they went up against Sentinels and how that built into it. Granted, it's super flexible, and we don't quite know where it will be going yet, but who knows? We'll be back. The jungle is... Yes. Go ahead.
We're not yet. Not yet.
Not yet?
Molly could play TF mid. He could play TF mid.
Okay.
I'm going to wait.
You're going to wait?
I'm going to wait before we start sharing
I can feel the energy.
I want it to happen. You don't know how excited I am to talk about Twisted Fate AD Carry after slamming it for the last 2 days in the weekend.
Well, this is the problem that we saw last time. Granted, it was the Corki instead of the Ziggs, but I attribute them to the same style of play here in terms of the extended poke and damage that continues to pressure as the game goes longer and longer. You don't have the opportunity to fight your way into, say, something like that. Granted, Corki, a little bit more of a disruptive presence and has a bit more appeal, of course, compared to the Ziggs, but still, just the same. And that's exactly how we saw Cloud9 work out their first victory of the night.
And now Cloud9, they have their options, right? Like, they already have their 2 damage-dealing poke champions in the Jace and the Ziggs. Just build out a competent frontline in the Alistar. Maybe pick up a Renekton as well. These kinds of things will set you up for success with a really, really easy team fight to kind of execute. And Sentinels, they still have some really good answers into this. So I wonder if Cloud9 are going to try and get rid of some competent assassins just because Twisted Fate can bypass your tanks. Camille can do the same with her hookshot and her ultimate. Zed is still available here.
I was going to say, anything that can get into that back line is going to be absolutely crucial to the Sent comp. And so the Zed being a big pickup would be very good here for Mali or something similar. I know we saw Katarina earlier today. Granted, it wasn't something that stood out to me particularly, but could be a potential pickup as well as, of course, most of the majority in terms of assassins are banned out here. Either way, looking for something to secure what is going to be this backline for Cloud9, continue to provide what will be an additional front for them. Maybe some engage to spice things up, but I do definitely would just want to see some beef on the line here to separate the fight, that being the Renekton.
There you go. And Cloud9 still keeping it flexible. If trends stay the same, then this Jace is going to be going into the jungle. So Sentinels, what is your answer to this? Because it didn't work last time. The Fiora did not find the quite same success, and you're playing up against a Renekton, a Galio. The engage is going to be pretty nice, so maybe they reach for something like a Jax. The Garen is really, really strong here. I love that we're seeing this champion kind of pop up. I know he's one of the least fun champions to play as, just because he's very simple and rudimentary in his kit, but this champion is so strong, especially against something like a the tanky frontline that we've already set up with the Renekton and Galio, as well as the Jace.
Yeah, but the follow-through still quite isn't there for Sentinels. I need to see some level. I mean, granted, you have to spin to win, but there we go. Hey,
Woo!
finally.
We get it.
We get it.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
We have a game, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, there we go. They can
All right,
straight
go.
up now kill this Ziggs. Good luck, Cloud9. This is the exact counter. So now we get to talk about a Twisted Fate as we wait for Cloud9.
Tell your story.
So, over the weekend, if you haven't been watching WNS, Sentinels were there to pull out AD Twisted Fate in the bot lane. Rest was playing it to some really good success. It was undefeated during the day. It ended up losing to Immortals at the end. It was kind of sad. So all of us casters were like, why are you playing this? Some of us were like, this is really, really terrible. I hate this champion. And so after talking with Rest, we kind of got, he was like, okay, close your eyes and pretend I'm giving you an 80 carry champion. He has a stun on a basic ability, he generates gold from auto-attacking people, and he has a global teleport without having to spend money for the boot enchant. To me, that sounds pretty good. However, in practice, I'm playing Twisted Fate. Now, I had to bring it into a solo queue game, so me, beginnings, a couple other players from the scene were playing, and I was trying it out. This champion's kind of good. You get trade patterns, you never put a point in the wild cards, and the damage that you get from the third ability, the stacked deck, is really, really strong. So I suggest everybody at home maybe put some time into it, ruin solo queue games across the board.
Oh, God.
Because this is a really... I'm actually kind of enjoying playing Twisted Fate in the marksman position.
Alk forgets to leave out that he failed to win the matchup.
It wasn't my fault. Dude, okay, Pierce played Lulu into Ezreal top lane and lost the matchup. That's not my fault. We got absolutely turbo-gapped in top lane. And it was because of him, who's also the coach for Sentinels. Just want to let that be known.
Alright, call-outs be damned. Leave it on the Rift where it belongs here for AlkBattery. We're into our second game already. Sentinels versus Cloud9, and we didn't get the opportunity to wrap up draft given an absolute wondrous storytelling there from Alk, but they continue to draft a bit more of that beef. They throw the Darius into the mix to play the hands. That, of course, is going to put that Renekton into the mid here. Granted, that's going to, of course, shift old school down towards the Dragon Link, give it a little bit more safety, but still doesn't protect against what will be the final 5v5 once we start seeing Mali make his impact here. So really putting a lot of your eggs in one basket for Cloud9 and can easily be punished, especially if Mali finds something of an early advantage.
It feels like we finally have gotten to pay off on the storyline between Meals and Molly of a really awesome champion pool versus a melee specialist in Molly, where Meals playing this is a good matchup for Renekton. If Zed ever goes in, he kind of just dies, and Renekton is beefy enough that Zed really can't just like kind of assassinate him in most matchups that you would expect for mid lane. So I love this, and I love the fact that we're getting to see Meals kind of open up his champion pool yet again and kind of show off the flexibility.
The sad part is, while the lane-to-lane is definitely dominant here for Meals to work with, granted why we saw that pick come out, all it takes is one rotation from Mali, one major team fight around first Drake to find his way into the back to start what would be that snowball on this assassin carry, which is, of course, like we said earlier, that big counter. So we're definitely going to wait and see for that one, as already he's on his way down. He was going to back early, but I'm just saying, he's itching just as much as I am.
Exactly. Small things that I got to learn about Twisted Fate this weekend. So I already knew this in the back of my mind, but I forgot about it.
Okay.
Twisted Fate's stack deck is an auto attack reset, so good to know if you're playing the marksman champion. also, it gives you extra. It's a passive and an active. So if you're coming from PC, you're going to be really confused about activating stack deck on someone like Twisted Fate. But it gives you more bonus attack speed, and it generates gold for every auto attack you land on champions. Oh! Cloud9 6th member cannon minion. Let's go.
I don't know about that one, Chief, but it's a fair bit of luck coming to play there. Still, I like the fact that this time around, we actually do get to see beginnings make rotations. Remember, last time it was quickly punished. You actually had pressure put down from Cloud9 that blew the flash early here. So something that we attribute to the success of beginnings as a support here for this roster. The fact that he does find a consistency towards making, early influence towards these lanes who need it, finally gets the opportunity to show up.
He has to come back because obviously he needs to protect his marksmen from potential dives if they're looking for it. Look at how they're lane swapping already. Renekton coming down into the dragon lane. Ziggs just here to pick up waves constantly. Doesn't really need to worry about it. Furies up Selma to free up vision, clear it out, and make sure that Sentinels are walking blind into the river. 25 seconds left. Resets are going to need to come in from both sides if they want to be at their strongest. You already see Cloud9 getting set up really early.
Selma putting a little bit of the pressure there. I like that he shadows that one just in case we saw an early, death mark maybe potentially come out there. But granted, I don't think that's ever really going to be a consistent option here for the Sentinels roster, especially until you get the focal point kind of spread out here for Cloud9. For now, though, that early setup that we talked about just a moment ago is coming through in full force here. And Molly is available, but I don't think that's going to be enough to stop this. And of course, we're going to see the Rift trade, and probably one of the most clean variants of these early objectives we've seen all day.
It turns out we don't need to fight for first strike. We can just trade. Both teams just decide, look, we're going to cut our losses on the opposite side of the map. Cloud9 dictating the pace to them. Give up the Drake, or take the Drake. However, the only pushback I would give to Sentinels is the Rift Herald. It kind of gives you a little bit of a timer here saying, look, we need to be able to play for this Rift Herald to slam it and make sure that we're getting really good gold out of it. You gave over an Infernal, which is the best scaling Drake in the game. So, need to be worried about that. The timer is there. It is a possibility.
So, they make clear use, put down first turret. Are taking some tier 1s for themselves from Sentinels. Still not quite accelerated just yet. I like that they do put a majority of that gold in the hands of that Garen, as well as, of course, being rest here. We'll see how it will fare as the dive comes out. Beginnings already looking low as can be. The Destiny is quick to come out here, and sadly, Sentinels are unable to pull this one off. In return, though, it is going to be Zalo that is going to fall.
There we go. Not able to make that dive happen. I love that they're using the Destiny really defensively because it makes Cloud9 say, wait, we actually can't go for this dive anymore.
Nope.
Suddenly there's a Twisted Fate that could answer. We could get stunned under the turret. They weren't able to find that first kill onto beginning. Simply got the flash out. Really good answer. And then finding something on the opposite side is just a cherry on top at that point. Ending the laning phase early so that Garen can do Garen things is so... honestly... So another kind of like anecdote at talking about some of these champions, Garen as a support is really, really busted. And so we're seeing it there with beginnings, giving him the ability to kind of escape at a moment's notice is awesome. But this champion's already tanky as it is, and having a lot of passive HP regen thanks to the passive means that any damage that you do that doesn't kill him doesn't stick.
That's okay. Gotta defend that wave, man. It's really important.
The turret is necessary. We must defend the wave. In his all fairness, if those extra 3 seconds were spent walking around, maybe that turret dies.
Maybe that turret dies. For now, those Sentinels, maybe they can make some return on their investment as they are going to be able to pick up the kill there onto Tarzane here, but C9 is quick to follow. Zello in his own one-on-one train there. Sheesh is over the wall, but will easily get out, of course, having the hook shot available. But Meals is on the back end with that Dominus out. Forces the flash. That's not going to be of any use there.
Meals thinking, oh, there's no hook shot. This guy's got to go down. They might find under turret.
Ooh, an under turret they do, but it's going to be the Demacian Justice to get what is the Warlords down. Both actually there is now, they do pick up Sheesh Mally in though, deep straight onto Old School. The Death Mark not quite enough there, but it's still, he finds his way back through the shadow. It's going to be the Shuriken to pick that one up. Tarzane also out as well, trying to hold off the majority of the Sentinels roster. Is going to take the full force there.
And that is just mechanical excellence coming out from Molly saying, I think Old School's not going to be paying attention too much. Finally now has the Zhonya's Hourglass boot enchant, but a really good win there for them. 10 seconds before the Drake, they are a little bit ahead in gold. And look at the completed items here. Molly now finishing the Black Cleaver alongside having the Youmu's from earlier. So being 3-1, we've seen what he can do on Assassins. He needs to make good on that investment and continue to help his team push their advantage.
The more you take Old School out of these fights, the likelihood of Sentinels winning, of course, will increase here. Because like I said at the very beginning, you're putting all your eggs in one basket. Granted, you have a lot of a source of damage to kind of pull forward from the poke of, say, something like Tarzane being on this Jace, or, you know, what is now a 2-0 Meals. But the core, the crux of what will carry Sienna victory is always going to be that Ziggs.
It's so dangerous.
Whoa, hey!
Ultimate comes out for a Sheesh. They lock down Meals. They're going to look for an engage.
Unable to find the taunt there. Sheesh is separated, does get pulled back. Azela will find the axe. Tarzane with his hammer will pick up the kill in response. They're taking this one down. They are very low, though, here, and way healthier will be the Sentinels, boys. As Tarzane, though, quick with the poke there, responds into the Demacian Justice, will be caught out there as the bleed takes the brunt. Molly stepping in this one will be able to secure Zelo as the heroic entrance coming out there for none. TP back in Meals is back on his spree here.
Oh, that was so good there from Meals, getting a reset in, able to teleport, stop Sheesh from exiting with the hook shot. This is the mid turret going down now in favor of Cloud9. A messy fight back from both of these teams. Molly trying to play it really well, and to kind of touch on your point earlier about putting all your eggs in one basket, yes, Old School is a great damage dealer, but Jace being taken out from this game so early on prevents them from having that secondary damage carry. So now they're looking for it. They're going to look for another fight. Sheesh needs to teleport.
She's going to find his way. That's a big death sentence right off the bat. Straight on Selma, going to have to utilize the gargoyles as, yes, Cloud9 picks up the Drake, but can they make their way out there? Selma slowed down there. The kill on its way to TF. Continuing forward is Sheesh with the Hextech ultimatum to continue the onslaught here onto Cloud9. Tarzan pushes him back, but he will still fall as Meals, the only one left standing here.
And they don't even need the TF ultimate. They don't need the beginnings Thresh box. They just go straight in. Cloud9, a few of their members had blinking HP bars. Meals is able to walk it out this time, but Rift Herald, a mid-tier 1, keep pushing in the wave down bot lane. A lot of gold now back in their pocket. Sentinels, a small stumble leads to them finding 5,000 gold and a Rift Herald. Definitely what you want when you're going up against the long-range poke of the Ziggs and the Jace. Keep setting them behind. Meals is super far ahead as we get a replay of this, but everybody else is struggling to find gold.
Right here, and I of course gonna always enjoy what is that dragon take here, but it goes to show that this composition does not excel, especially once they're in the thick of things here. Has no sustainable peel to find their way out, and hey, Sentinels will take full advantage of that as
they're doing their thing. Look, I mean, they're doing exactly what their composition is meant to do, right? Which is get into the backline, ignore the Fed Renekton and the Galio and the Darius, just get right in there and kill the carries. Zelo's potentially in trouble. Meals?
Meals, he will fall there as Beginnings just barely makes his way out. You're going to find a little bit of the fruit there. Zelo's back in far and deep there with the dash. Rest is killed in response, so they even this one up. Mid for technically our dragon lane.
We're getting rid of the Twisted Fate here. That's a really good pick as Sheesh. You gotta run, bud. Alright, you're under your turret. You're safe. Jace will probably look to try and harass this turret. They want to go for it.
Big taunt there straight on the Molly, and he will be deleted. Now MTS, fine. He's out with the lantern, but these are crucial mistakes that you cannot be having right now.
good setup again. Molly on the support, doing a fantastic job. Zello, Twisted Fate Ultimate, he's back.
Twisted Fate potentially back in. Doesn't go for any kind of setup here on a Cena roster, but it's enough to push them away from what could have potentially been a kill. Old School, no mana at all here, has no opportunity, and is caught out with the Hextech Ultimate, but it is over the wall. It's Garen!
Yes!
It's Garen over the pit here to secure the kill. Old School is able to find his way back as that heroic entrance will put Selma out, but it will throw Tarzan in. Old School, that's a very risky back in the Shuriken, and this is straight into the gold as Mally.
Ignite.
Oh, it's Ignite. The ego.
The dubstep Ignite. He just drops. He's like, I'm not doing this
No
anymore.
big deal, bro.
Yeah, we're not dealing with this. We're going to go straight for the Baron here. And it is punch after punch. Cloud9 hit Sentinels with a really good haymaker. And Sentinels, their response is even better. They summon the Rift Herald down in the Dragon Lane. They stun Meals here.
Ooh, big moves from Darius in here. A full cluster. Who will come out on top? It's still Sentinels. Sheesh burns from the bleed. How many can they pick up before they escape to Fountain here? Tarzan on the heels of MTS, even flashing forward, continuing his onslaught from afar. One quick snipe is still not enough to take out this beefy boy.
I'm playing Garen. I really
Garen's
do not care
gross.
whatever you're doing to me. I love that. Sheesh is the only one to go down. It's a Baron buff. The dragon is spawning in the next 10 seconds. I mean, this is just back and forth chaos. I mean, Sentinels, it's getting a little bit messy, right? They're finding picks both sides. And we're getting to see once they spend all of their ultimates, Cloud9, they stay a little bit too long, and Sentinels are able to answer the teleport there. Sentinels getting caught out, being a little too greedy with that Baron. Still make out with Fort. They can just look to push. Again, not attending the side lanes here.
Man, the
Bot lane will
lanes.
push out in their favor, but currently that Baron tier 2 is slowly getting chipped away at.
Still, Sentinels, they are going to be able to pick up Dragon. No response there. Cloud9, though, knows they've got time on their belt. I like this. Zilla, quick potentially rotate, set up the vision there. I know there's going to be forced response from Sens on these sideways, and it is a big question for themselves, but they still got plenty of time out. They've got that Baron to work with a few moments more.
It's something that's, like, again, a small itemization thing. There's 3 players who have armor boots that have teleport on Cloud9.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
usually you want to have some kind of utility, like either the Stone Plate or the Zonias.
Ooh.
Meals. Oh, Molly has Spidey sense. This man sensed him press
He
ult
knew
in
it.
the bush.
He knew it before it even happened.
He just felt it in the presence. He felt like a cold breeze. He's like, no, I don't think I will walk up on this way. And good for him. He would have died right there. That's a huge Baron buff being gone, potentially, for them.
Also now no longer Dominus in play here means you don't have as strong as a front to defend someone like Old School if they continue or make do with the potential push that they put out here. Still, it is just the one tier 2 on the back end of that Baron.
I do like the wordplay there from you, Zephyr. We got Ominous Dominus. That's exactly what Molly was feeling. He's like, oh, cool. Has finished the Sorelda's Grudge, so expect for Zed to now become a really big monster. Has armor penetration, the slow is really nice, and if you're coming over from PC, you're like, Zed, he just falls off early. He falls off at the early game. This champion is a late game champion. We saw it already internationally. It is so difficult to deal with.
Speaking of difficult to deal with, it's that Hextech Ultimatum. Beginnings will be low, but now the response from Rest coming through at that Destiny is quick to punish Old School. Already forced to utilize the Zonias. They get the TP off on him as a result, but still, you're not able to take out any of the carries here from Sentinels. Beginnings will finally fall, but it is in response to Rest pulling back, finding the gold card, and stopping you in your tracks. That's a full team wipe here.
And they might just go for the end. They can get this mid-tier 2. They can do Baron if they really want to. But if anybody had their doubts as to what ADTF can do, that teamfight is exactly why. I mean, literally, he was untouched. He did so much damage in that last fight. And it ends up with Cloud9 losing game 2. Tarzane now going to have to respawn as the game ends. I think we did it. They did it. They proved that TF works, baby. 100% win rate. Asterix. I love it.
I'm not saying I'm going to pull away from this game and jump on the TF immediately, but I will be getting on that Garen as soon as this match is over. Because personally, while I do love the TF, and I know you're out there to support it, I really think the spacing that was found out from the Garen is something to put Sentinels in the driver's seat for this one.
You could just see from the gold graph, I mean, it's just like going back and forth, right? Like, Sentinels made a really great play, and then Cloud9 would find it, and then back and forth, right? Even at the end of the game there, right? It was one pick away from potentially setting up Cloud9 from finding a win. But unfortunately here, it's 1-1. We're in a best of 5, and now they have to find themselves potentially on the opposite side of the bracket, right? Like, oh, do we swap to blue side? Do we go to red side? What is our choice here? Is a good answer from Sentinels compositionally speaking, and so I'm really happy that we got to see this look from them.
I know Cloud9 has plenty more up on their sleeve. They got into a little bit of a rut here regarding compositional play, constantly relying on what is a bit of the hard poke bar, whether it be through something like the Jace Corki or what we saw in this most recent game being that of the Jace Ziggs here. I think there is a level of control, especially for, say, someone like Tarzane, that I would like to see. I know the Jace is strong, but it has been punished out too many times. I think there's a little bit more of a dominant kind of play in terms of target gauge that you can potentially work with if you are playing on something more kind of in your face. We can go back and say something like the Lee Sin, or if he wants to take one from a bit of the playbook here of Sheesh, go through with that Olaf. I think it could work really well. But, you know, Cloud9 back into this.
Yeah, I just, honestly, as well as Sentinels did play this, they did have a compositional advantage, as we get to see through some of the highlights.
Yeah.
They literally played a 1 to 2 damage note comp, and then with Jace being taken away, you can't even say that there was multiple different carries. Jace eventually scaled into that position, but at that point it was already too late. You just get to see a Molly highlight reel right there off of that first one. They're just, when you have the assassins and you're able to kill Ziggs, the rest of this tanky front line falls apart.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the source of damage. I mean, we called it out from the very beginning of this game here, and no surprise, it comes true.
They lost the rock, paper, scissors shoes. It sucks. They lost it. But that's just part of the advantage of the, the triangle, right? One team beats this, one composition beats the other. It goes round and round. It hurts, but hey, there's always multiple games in this series. There's definitely different looks that we can see from both of them, and I'm still in love with ADTF, so I'm not going to shut up about it. You're going to have to take this point.
Denied.
I hate it here. Man.
It's okay. I won't be here for long. At maximum, only 3 more games. Then you'll get back with Kangas. I'm sure he'll sit there and sing the praises of ADTF all day long.
I don't even think he'd be too fond of ADTF. He's a Pantheon player, so definitely he's just not a huge fan of it. But we are going to take a break, not only for the players, but for ourselves. After that, we are going to get right into the rest of this best of 5, so don't go anywhere. Please do not leave. If you turn off that browser, Zephyr is going to do some weird tricks.
Don't put it on me! Oh, cut!
Hello, everybody. I am AlkBattery. We got Zephyr. And I don't know about you, Zephyr, but I got something on my hands. You know what it is?
Is it Cheeto dust?
No,
it's not red enough.
no.
It's not red
no,
enough.
you're the one eating Doritos, not me, bud. It's a series. We got a series on our hands. We're not getting 3-0 shutouts. We're not getting reverse sweeps. It's this. These hands got series all over them. I've actually got some. Here we go. I've got some wildrift Summoner Series branded. What is this? Hand sanitizer. We're gonna wash them. We're gonna wash the series off our hands. As we get ready to go into Game 3 here, I got the chance to talk with Nano really quickly in a general chat. I was like, "Hey guys, who's winning this series? Considering we're 1-1," and he said, "We are going the distance. Prepare for Game 7." So we'll see what happens.
Is that where your little thing comes from? Is that where
Yes.
the series comes from? Yeah.
Yes. If we're going to a Game 7 in a best of 5, I'm
Okay.
ready for anything at this point.
Okay. All right. Cringe. Looking at the draft ahead.
All right.
We've had plenty to discuss regarding these two teams. I think Alk sets it up wonderfully coming off the back end of the last. It is a major disadvantage for Cloud9 in Game 2. We could see them potentially shake things up here for themselves, where they put Tarzane on a more defined carry for himself in the jungle instead of routing for, say, something like that, Jace. Or they look towards the bot or a secondary carry like Niels instead.
We'll have to see. They have a ton of different stuff available to them. I wonder if the draft will stay relatively the same, right? We're talking about Varus, Akshan, and Morgana here for Sentinels, and it was Diana. Actually, I can just pull up the draft because we have great, Set and Akali. There we go.
Okay.
So it looks like we're just getting the run back on the drafts. Usually what this means is the first couple picks of the draft will be the same, and once we get to around third pick is kind of where things kind of switch up. So Cloud9, if it's going to be the same, we're going to see a Camille first pick, and then we're going to go right into picking up either the Thresh, Rakan is available, maybe pick up something a little bit different.
I could see the Zed. If they're going to go for the same kind of composition here and they ban out an assassin, then potentially it works for Cloud9 once again. If they want to capitalize on Molly more directly, but you let the set slip through, that's just disgusting. So, Camille.
Okay.
MTS
It's Camille.
on Camille.
Yeah, like MTS is going to be stuck on Camille duty.
Hey, and, well, you know what? In fairness, the Garen was really good. So,
yeah,
he wants to
you
run
can play
Garen.
the-
I don't think that's a problem. I think that's actually better to a certain degree.
Yeah, you could play the Garen. It just means that Cloud9 immediately get the Jace, which they've had mixed results on, yes, but I still think that the proclivity for this champion to win a game is a lot higher than his chance to lose it. I just think that his kit is way too broken for someone like him to have a negative win rate in a lot of cases.
True.
And so far, Cloud9 have shown that they're able to set up around their Jace, except when, an early game gets away from them. Exactly. Cloud9, so far, throughout this year, I've actually not had very strong early games, so it is about getting past those first couple of minutes in the game, getting past like a level 1, and you're set up to go. But if they kind of get, put into a tizzy pretty early on, it looks a little rough.
And we've seen it now in 2 games forward here, both in the first and the second. The fact that Cloud9 wasn't winning for the first 10 minutes. They actually were, in fact, winning both. Granted, in game 1, they were able to kind of slow that one down. There was nothing to punish the Ziggs. They were able to come back to the top. This is literally
The exact same
the
draft.
exact same draft.
Mhm.
The Zed is not banned.
So they pick Twisted Fate here.
So they picked
Right.
this Fate.
Okay. And then Cloud9, they pick Galio.
You gotta change it up.
They pick Galio here.
Galio's strong. Don't get me wrong. So
I like. Okay,
that.
this part of the draft, if you snapshotted this from game 2, I would have been fine with this. It was phase 2 where we started getting Garen
that's fair.
and the Zed, so now they can fix this part of it. We're going to see
There you go.
Olaf here,
Told ya.
which it is going to be in the jungle more than likely. We have seen a lot of Olaf in the Baron lane. I think it's particularly weak, especially against someone like Camille. It is not the most fun to play against.
Don't put it in Baron.
Yeah, it's pretty bad in the Baron lane. And so now they have a little bit of a different setup. They still have strong frontline bruisers there available in the Olaf, but will not be there to peel for someone like the Ziggs or the Jace. So a little bit of a different flavor, still sticking with a similar composition here as not banning out assassins. We are getting rid of Lee Sin.
There we go.
There it is. We've gotten rid of Zed. Fizz is another variant that we have seen worldwide, specifically in China in the WRL. They have been picking up Fizz as an answer if Zed is gone. So,
well, you know, it does bring to question. There does need to be something that punishes this the Ziggs, and at this point, they've pulled everything away from Mali that we typically see him work with, or at least that we've had the opportunity to play through. We could bring up some good potential routes for them, as now they give themselves an even further front in the form of Rom here, of course, going to be on Selma. There is the potential for that continual flex being Ziggs right now, but I mean, other than that, it's the comp is said and done. We've seen Cloud9 run this one back several times over. I'm just looking for Sentinels to find a response into the back.
Garen is still really good here,
Yep.
compositionally speaking, into Cloud9. And what do Sentinels go with? Because now it is constantly coming down to what is the mid matchup looking like, right? Molly
Could
versus
be.
Meals. It was a counter in the last game.
Could.
And now this time around, Cloud9 are still trying to give as much flexibility to their solo laners as they can. So it could be.
You could pick a Dragon Lane. Something that could find successful dive.
It's going to be Molly's Riven.
And it's going to be Molly.
Yeah. Twisted Fate mid. It's not as strong as it used to be. So
No, it's
I'm-
not.
I don't know if it's as strong as 80 Twisted Fate, but we'll have to crunch the numbers, and we get a
Ooh.
Meals special.
Aurelian.
Yeah,
All right.
we get the good old Aurelian Soul.
Well, now this solves a little bit of the problem for Cloud9 regarding the takedown that was the double carry front that they had coming out of Game 2. Putting Meals, of course, back on that Aurelian not only provides what will be that damage, is a constant source of pressure in terms of AoE for this fight, but also gives a lot further of a rotation here for Cloud9 in terms of what that mid lane can provide for the squad in comparison to when you throw the Ziggs or Jace into that realm. They need time to scale up, need time to be more prevalent. The Aurelian Soul definitely has more of an opportunity to make the plays come through fairly early.
Yeah, I would say Aurelian Soul usually has a really good time of creating space. However, in this game, I really don't like it in this composition. Not for what it does on your team, which I think is a little bit of a mismatch, but for Sentinels, you have a ton of champions that get right on top of Aurelian Soul, and there's not many people who can peel for him. So
Maybe
this
he's
is going to
bait.
be dangerous.
Maybe he's bait. He looks like a worm.
Oh,
Maybe he's bait.
okay.
Think
well,
about that.
Yeah, I hope you can tell one of your if you're a coach and you tell one of your players, you're gonna die at the beginning of every fight, but don't worry, it's fine.
Well,
You're
think
just gonna have
about
to
it.
Deal with it.
It's a terrible thing to say, but it is a workable angle. Oh, jeez.
Okay.
All right.
There's your Baron laner gone with no flash in this top side matchup. Proxied out. Olaf hasn't even started jungling
You
yet.
force Selma to come up there now.
This game is kind of doomed. Early game anyways. Molly has to blow a flash. This is them being aggressive. I like that Selma is here to try and help out and help his top laner get away from such a terrible matchup, but the fact that this just happened, super problematic, as you even see in mid lane, Meals is getting forced off of his wave by Garen. What a really interesting and great level 1 coming out from Sentinels.
The only issue I had with the Sen comp was the fact that you need to find some presence on, say, something like Molly in the early, or else it is quickly punished. But now, they are going to be able to blow quite a few of the flashes here. Maybe pick up one on the beginnings if he isn't able to get the full blast cone off. Flash forward here from Meals with the final auto. We'll pick this one up. We'll see what Sentinels can do as MTS is down there in the final burn. A massive double kill, found a concussive blows out here for Mali, and even still, Meals survives. What was a majestic start for Sentinels is now 4 in favor of Cloud9.
What are they doing? Sentinels! That was
stayed
such a
way
good
too
early
long.
game for you guys.
Way too
and now
long.
they spent, they were trying to take Krugs, and congratulations, you did. But now you've given over almost 2,000 gold at the beginning of the game. Summoners are down. We're just
And they're
fighting at this
still
point.
fighting! Old
It doesn't
school
matter.
low, flash to follow, barrier down, rest will be punished for such a dive here. Oh, stunner response, Tarzan steps back in, will go out here as Meals is hooked back into the fight here. Sentinels, 3 kills for themselves.
What are they doing? It's 2 minutes and we have 9 kills. Gamers, Wild Rifters, Nano and Pierce, are you not entertained? The comms are probably Armageddon right now. Sentinels, it was like really good, it was really bad. I don't even want to think about the gold graph already. It's back to even. So we're just fighting constantly. There is no rest in this game. There is only fist fighting. It's fisticuffs.
Mano y mano here. Sentinels in C9 trying to take some sort of pace here going into our second half as now we continue our level of aggression. Zelo is able to throw that one back, but the burn will find a response. But hey, it's a pickup in return. 1 for 1.
There we go. Ragnarok gets spent. Zelo, just last tick of Ignite, ends up falling. And again, it is another kill. We're at 3 minutes 11. It is 1-1. They do get to crush that wave in the Baron lane, which is a really nice use of kind of just draining him from XP and a little bit of gold. But I just wonder what the summoner spells and ultimates are going to look like before this dragon, because it's 30 seconds, and most people's flashes are going to be up for the most part, but the bot laners, Rest and Old Score, going to be a little bit suspect on that.
Yeah, looks like everything will be in full clear for them. I think we're going to see a bit of a delayed start in terms of the objectives here for both these squads, knowing that they don't really have that advantage. I really do look towards this top lane, though, as we do see Sheesh go for the heavy flash once again onto Zelo there and be forced to use his in response. It's a big pickup, especially in the face of what might be these next takes here.
Yeah, they also did blow Sheesh's flash, so if Camille gets caught out at any point, this is a really good pickup for them. I wonder if Sentinels were going to try and leverage Twisted Fate's early Blade of the Ruin King purchase and finish, but looks like they're not quite moving over. They were going to try and do the Rift Herald, but now that they know they can bully Cloud9 off of this dragon may not be going down as easy as Cloud9 wanted it to.
Ooh, Zelo's got to be very careful there. We got full control of the vision here on the Rift. He's going to be catching that wave initially, but if he makes his rotation in wrong, really quick to follow up. And there, though, it's actually the gold card found immediately onto Selma. Mega Inferno Bomb down with a Ragnarok exhaust to stop out Tarzan here. Yes, looks fairly low as Meals is pressured from the back end as Mally swoops in from our Dragon lane. Zilla will try to kind of find a return here as they do
Molly.
split the both of these carries. Molly surviving by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, it's such a close fight as well. And yet again, Garen is the champion that the way that I described him earlier, where if you do not put damage that can kill him, the damage will just be shrugged off. He'll use his passive, the perseverance will kick in, and he will just heal back to full. Getting even a reset in, we're going to see one more attempt at this. Cloud9, do they even want to go for this, or are they just going to cut their losses and say, let's just get Rift Herald instead? Tarzane was backing. They're going to try and contest.
Already back into the fight here. Rest with the Destiny. Unable to go for the full steal. We'll see if they can pick up a few kills, but a Lantern and a hook shot pull Sentinels out of the fight. It's a big win for themselves there. Now Cloud9, best opportunity. Look for the tier 1, but of course try to find your way onto that Rift. Good poke on beginnings. That's going to take out one of the major tools to start off a fight here as they make their way towards it.
Yeah, they try to push in this wave. I think they should have just immediately started up the Rift Herald here. Taking a little bit too long. It's like 10 seconds there instead of just going for the Rift Herald and setting it up. It allows for Sentinels to have potentially gone for a callback, right? You already had Sheesh who was recalling. They could have looked to answer this, but instead, Cloud9, they pick up the Rift Herald for themselves and are looking to set this up. Look at how Beginnings knows something is here. Rest is already on his way.
MTS will find his way out of that bush, and the damage isn't really crucial here. As in the bot lane, it looks like we find a fight of success for Sentinels. picking up a kill there onto Meals. The dive of their own, a combination from Sheesh coming out of that jungle there.
Oh, Meals. He lasted for a really long time. We had that picture-in-picture up for quite a while, so I was worried that potentially Sentinels, some members were going to go down there. You see Molly's blinking HP bar. He's going to have to hit the spawning platform, but Meals goes down. This is kind of that similar matchup we saw earlier in the game, right? Where it was Riven versus Twisted Fate, and Meals was able to just survive the matchup, didn't have to really deal with it. This is where that awkwardness that I had set up for Aurelion Sol comes through, because this champion doesn't really deal very well with good engage, and you've got Riven, who's very sticky and kind of hard to deal with as this mage.
And not just that, it's the Camille that just easily sets up whatever kind of dive you want there onto the Aurelion. You force a full onto him under turret, and there's really nowhere he can go. He might be able to throw out the voice in response, but it amounts to relatively nothing, as now Ally back in. It is going to be a fair stun here, as it will force the flash. Meals to follow over wall, continuing the aggression of his stars. Destiny comes out. You do have a view on him. They're going to stop Rest from making use of that teleport, but still, Sentinels, did it really matter? They found the dive either way here on Zelo.
Yeah, they're also going to grab this top tier one. They need to summon the Rift. This is exactly what I was waiting for from Cloud9. You have Ziggs, just go for it. As Molly, see you later, Meals. Wait a minute.
He's looking fairly good there, Alk. Maybe a little early on the call. The undertow to pick up a response there. Meals, a little bit of the micro play.
Meals survives. I don't know if I like this play. Yes, Cloud9 still get a turret in the trade, but they lost their Rift Herald. You have Ziggs. If all three of you stay mid lane, you can bully off this Sentinel's core and just take this turret with the Ziggs bomb. But instead, the Herald doesn't even end up killing anything. It doesn't hit the turret, because that turret still has a plate left on it. And while you, yes, get a kill and the turret bot lane, I think that those things could have been accomplished alongside this Rift Herald play. So I think Cloud9 correctly punishing, but maybe losing out on a little bit more than they could have gone out.
But the mental, the friendship, it's all
yes.
there. Meals is alive and happy. He feels rejuvenated in the face of what could have been a mistake. You know, and that, I think that's a potentially stronger.
There's a mistake coming through. You see that Meals tries to astro glide into that turret, and then he's like, "Oh, there's a Camille here. Okay, I'm going home."
At least it's a learning experience from what we saw earlier. I mean, he's not falling for it. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, of course, shame on you. The problem, though, is he's giving up complete priority with that Dragon Lane. Guess what? Dragon's back up, and you've already given Sentinel the full run of their money. They know everyone else on C9's up towards that Baron lane. Be a very late rotation in here, as Sentinels found there, of course, on the Meals, the gold card as well, onto Old School. The Ocean Drake is found. Mega Inferno looking like nothing there. The Sentinels, deja vu, pick up that second Drake of the game.
Amazing job from Sentinels to immediately
kind
of answer onto Cloud9. Tarzane is here. Beginnings kind of wants to stop this, but even Molly's like, I don't know. Picture's happening in mid lane.
Bit of a fight on both ends. Exhaust down there onto
what will
Molly. Be Tarzane. Molly able to find his way out. Meals actually might be going down here as a result. Picture in picture, so by the way. A massive drop here from the rest of the C9 roster.
What? Last tick doesn't matter. Wait, this champion's broken. The Leandri's burn didn't end up killing Beginnings, and like you said, in the mid lane, Old School goes down, Zello goes down, Tier 1 in mid falls as well. Sentinels, in a small trade window there, end up really huge. Look across the board. MTS has a small lead. Sheesh has gathered himself a small lead. And in a matchup that I don't think a lot of people, if you were to look at it on paper, would expect, Rest is really far ahead. I'm going to say it's probably due to the passive on TF, not only on his loaded dice, but also the stack deck passive and active we were talking about earlier. But still, it is a really big, meaningful amount of gold, especially when we're talking about wanting to power spike a little bit earlier.
Now, Tarzane, once again, as aggressive as we just saw there, Not going to throw the Ragnarok, not looking to go for the full engage. He knows that his carries aren't in the best position, but Sheesh will throw out the Hextech Ultimatum. Mega Inferno's down, but it's in the middle of what is that zone. Selma low, Molly to follow, able to find it with the Broken Blade. Sheesh into the back line to pick up 2. More kills to follow. Zalo, the rest running for their lives as the Destiny finds his way onto the back. Tarzane potentially able to walk away. It's going to be the Q reset there. As the final stun comes through and picks up the last bit of the burn in the triple for Molly as Sentinels are on fire.
It's a 12-minute ace, and potentially the end of the game here. Selma will respawn, so he could look to defend, but there should be an inhibitor here for Sentinels. It's going to be very dicey for them. I wonder if Sentinels are going to go for it. You see the pings out onto the map. They recognize. They see the side lane. They see the Baron lane. They don't want to lose to this exact lane again. The Cloud9, thank you, Observer, showing off this massive wave that's going to start chipping it away. She says, I'm not having any of it.
I think an inhib in the mid, tier 2 as well. I think that's pretty fair trade for a full 5-man at 12 minutes. Go back, clear silent. You'll make your way back some other time. 25 seconds on the Baron. You've got all.
You got time.
Yeah,
thankfully, this time around, Sentinels actually have the luxury of being able to back and show up to objectives as well as clearing their side lanes. When you're in a losing position, tending to side lanes is really difficult because you lose a lot of the agency in the game because the game is being dictated to you.
Zelo. X-Tech Ultimatum, the rest to follow. Sentinels now. All full health off the kill. They're going to try to find a flank on the back, and it's a massive fissure to knock up Sen, but watch Mally straight onto Old School. Now to carry this one forward. Rest to follow as well. C9 are out of here.
And Meals trying to pay off with a massive star payload, but it just misses. It goes nowhere. It does 0 damage. As Molly and Meals, they're going to hold hands. They're going to hold hands. Rest is here to hold hands.
Rest!
That's not holding hands.
Rest! Dude!
I'm messaging Tanner as we speak right now. That's not cool. That was not cash money of them. Zephyr, Sentinels have taken game 3 here in our fight night. It is game point for them, and Cloud9 need to find 2 wins back-to-back to be able to call themselves Fight Night Rift champions.
It's a tough one for sure. I can attribute some potential success for Cloud9, but once again, I think we can both agree it starts in the draft for this composition. Imagine something else on Meals there. Not to say the Aurelion was the worst of options, but it really did not play well into the exact same composition that we had seen coming out of Game 2. Heavy dive right in your face. You don't have a way to peel off it. And with the Riven combo from Mally this time around, I know it's not the Zed, but still, it's just as oppressive.
Funnily enough, actually, it is actually a really good Aurelion Sol early game because of how, I'm just going to say, it was pretty sloppy from both teams. They were constantly fighting, and those Aurelion Soul Stars are going to be pumping out damage, especially with the Conqueror. You're just getting more and more damage as those fights go on, but we saw there that eventually Riven gets on top of Aurelion Sol, and Aurelion Sol really hates that. That's why his whole ultimate pushes them away. And then we saw top lane just completely collapse. Sentinels put a really heavy emphasis on against Jace for Zelo, and they just completely slaughtered him. It was kind of hard to watch at certain points where he's just constantly getting dove. It's Shish coming in with the ultimate. It's Molly there as well, MTS there, and they're just killing him repeatedly.
Now, I would be more than sure to see Cloud9 pull this one back their way, take what I believe will be that blue side, look for the first pick themselves. Maybe they can make some level of engage work, especially if the bans fall the same way here. They'll be the ones to fare in terms of, say, something like that Camille. Maybe we get a better take regarding what they're trying to pull off, because a lot of the direction of this comp here, especially with a majority of their plays, not in some of these are
no, these are plays. These are plays.
These are plays. They are ones to follow. Mistakes
this was hype.
To be had. I will say this was fairly hype.
Yeah, look at Meals. Like, he's just pumping out damage with stars. It's actually really broken. This is a continuation of that level 1 play. It's just, like, really ridiculous. But I feel like there was just a mishmash of ideas here from Cloud9. You have the poke-centric comp that we've been talking about
like
all
it a
day
lot.
that comes from the WCK, where you're having the Ziggs and the Jace fire off from a screen away and whittling down the tanks and the bruisers on the opposite side. But then you also have like an Olaf core. You have like an Olaf shell with like a Braum and
Aurelion Sol trying to play the middle ground for some reason, and
Aurelion Sol just showed up at the party with no invite and was like, "Hey guys."
Imagine something like an Orianna coming maybe out into the Rift here to set up a little bit more of a bit of the wombo to play into that one to kind of set up what is supposed to be that rush from Tarzane there on, say, something like the Olaf, as well as maybe find a return in terms of the poke there. I would have liked to maybe see that in the hands of Meals. I know he can pull it off more than well.
Yeah. Meals has a really diverse champion pool. We've seen Lulu, we've seen Renekton, we now got to see his Aurelion Soul, which is always a treat, but they're really going to have to dig deep here, I think, for me, because that right there kind of feels like Cloud9 wanting to brute force their way of seeing the game, and not necessarily reacting in kind to what was drafted here for the side of Sentinels. Like, again, the Olaf kind of feels a little left out. Him and Meals are kind of in this weird sense where they kind of want to play a similar style, but they don't exactly fit the rest of their team. They're the odd men out on this composition. So for Cloud9, trying to play two different styles is going to end up hurting you. And if you can either let Tarzane carry or just let Old School carry, who has had a fantastic performance so far.
Great job.
Exactly. Just, you know, the two ideologies are kind of coming to clash here. So we'll see what happens. Getting ready for Game 4 here. Sentinel's got to be feeling really good about that one, because he just took two back-to-back games where they kind of had a really good job of taking down Cloud9.
I mean, a win is a win in my book here, Alk. I will say there's been a fair sum of mistakes when we talk about wave management or the beginnings coming out of Game 3. But Sentinels overall, they seem to have more of a direction. I mean, in a sense of not just their comp, but the way they play this out. The full 5-man is always in force here to quickly punish whatever Cloud9 throws at them. And as a result, I mean, the cohesion that exists within this roster is something that cannot. I mean, that is just going to carry you to your victory, whether you like it or not.
Sure. Molly has, I think, been a really great addition talking with Pierce. He's like, there's a couple of different things that Molly can do that maybe Michael Udall, their former mid laner, can't do for them. And obviously bringing in a new player is always going to change up the dynamics of the team. Molly has been a really good player when we saw him on in the Summoner Series last year. And so seeing him on a roster where you are on a professional team, you are on an official like franchised org in something like the Sentinels, you have Pierce, who's working with a bunch of other people around the org. They know that this is a building process for the team. They recognize, look, it's going to be a while before we start winning. We're comfortable with that. And, you know, it's starting to show a little bit of fruits, right? They didn't quite win in Summoner Series. They were constantly 6th to 8th place. The beginning of the year, like you were saying for the Rift Masters, they would get knocked out in the round of 8 versus a bunch of teams. And now we're starting to see this team kind of come into their own. We're starting to see that success. The problem when I saw Sentinels before is consistency of success. They would find these game victories. They would find these great series where they would look awesome, and they go into the next series and they get absolute dumpstered by other North American teams. That may have happened in Game 2 of this series, or in Game 1 of this series, but
Kinda.
yeah, and then against Cloud9 during the group stage, you know, but growing that consistency is honestly really important for me and has been really awesome to see so far throughout 2022.
Something I think is interesting on the opposite end of that for Cloud9 roster is the fact that we've seen them on such a mix in comparison to, say, something like Sentinels. And I think that contributes to the lack of identity, the problem that we are seeing from them currently. The fact that you have switch-ups constantly, that, you know, Old School and Selma come off of what is an incredibly hot season previously and then now end up on the Cloud9 roster and aren't quite the cores that we typically attribute them to, as Cloud9 still, of course, wants to focus on having the heavy presence being within Tarzane, right? And I think that is something that is beginning to be punished by a lot of these squads, understanding that you can't quite split that idea.
that was even something that we talked about during the majors last year. Was
Really?
Cloud9? They have a bunch of fantastic, very talented players. I think each one of these players, even in previous iterations, could always be contending for top 2, top 3 in their role. However, it was constantly swapping out their bot lane that kind of led to them not having the best identity, and something that, you know, changing dynamics in the team is always going to be a rough one. So for Cloud9, this has so far been the iteration that they've stuck with for most of the beginning of the year. Well, I'm hopeful to see, and kind of looking forward to see if we get more of this, is we're now into Game 4 draft. We're keeping it the same. Cloud9 is on blue side this time.
We're not keeping it the same. Like
Camille's banned.
Camille has been banned here. They see the flip on the side here, and so they opt to go for the full advantage. They don't want to hand that one off and over to Cloud9, which I think is appropriate, because it would shake up the direction that we've seen out of, say, something like Zalo. Hasn't really had the opportunity to be one, maybe, or a start engage here for this squad. As a result, they're going to pull him back to more some of those heavy, beefy, frontline oriented. And as a result, they're going to have to try to play through something else. I do like the fact that Cloud9 is pulling away from their initial bans, though. They take away the Olaf from Sheesh, which was a major problem in a lot of the wins here for the Sentinels roster. I think it's something to work with. I'm glad they pull out the Varus in the last second. I almost had a heart attack.
Yeah, I was like,
one ban away from it coming out.
And so now I'm actually really interested to see what Sentinel's response here is. Yeah, so Set had made it through, and they had banned Camille. This was the matchup that MTS had kind of set up for himself, as this was the matchup he wanted, as we kind of saw it this weekend. He kind of threw down the gauntlet. They said, look, we're going to let Set through. MTS said, give me Camille and I will carry, and he did quite that. So what is their change here? Do they go for something like a Fiora? Do they put more priority into getting something for their bot lane? As we see, Morgana's already picked. Thresh is also available. Thresh does not have a very fun time versus Set, and so for Sentinels, I want to see them, if they're trying to counter Set, get more range. Potentially we see something like a Vayne.
Potentially come through in response there. We talked about the double-oriented skill shot presence lockdown. The last time we saw what was going to be that Morgana pick, that's of course why we Thresh out once again here. So something of a similar draft from the last time we saw Sentinels start off with the Morgana first pick here. Now looking towards Cloud9, they already have such a heavy force in terms of that set being a dominant team fight, skirmisher, heavy damage. Like to see the follow through. I'm already starting to see a little bit of that separation with the pickup being that Jace. He's strong. He can fairly go in there, but if they follow that through once again with, say, something like the Ziggs, like that in the poke composition, a little scared that we once again get a bit of that Cloud9 split that was punished here in both of these games.
Thankfully for them, Set is actually a beefy boy. They're going to pick up Brand here. So Brand here for Old School. More than likely, this has been the champion that Meals has not really put in a lot of time in on the stage. Nope. And so he's a really good team fighter when it comes to later game skirmishes and against short-range champions. So Sentinels are going to pick up the Garen. There's still, you know, some reasonable frontline here for Cloud9, and for their bot lane, I wonder what support is going to be picked up here, because now they've taken not only the Morgana, but also the Thresh. And neither of these champions are very bad into Rakan, so gonna have to wait and see. Is Rakan for Selma gonna be the choice, or are they gonna have to kind of reach down and look for something a little different?
Might have to play back into, say, something like the Enchanters, or just go with the further engage. You still have picks like Leona available. We did see that one earlier today. Still a questionable choice there, especially now that the Rakan is, if you want to find engage, that might be
see you later.
Opportunity. Granted, Galio is still up in a pick that could potentially work out here if Selma wants to find his way out there. I know that typically works there, especially given yourself the opportunity to have such an aggressive source of not just only engage, but also rotation.
So, Sentinels, what is your response? Are you going to pick up the Orianna? I think you and a little too magic damage heavy. We can see a few different junglers here. Lee Sin's been taken away. The pool's kind of shrinking for Sheesh. Xin Zhao is available, but really hasn't kind of shown up all that much. Graves as well. I'm not a huge fan of the Graves. You go for something like a Jax or the Fiora here now for Sheesh. So Cloud9, they know what they're kind of dealing with now. They have a a pretty vulnerable backline with Jace and the Brand, so gotta pick up some beefy boys. Again, Renekton is fine. I think that Galio, like you had said earlier, is another good answer potentially.
Yeah, you throw Renekton back into this when we know Meals can pull that one off, especially in the mid. But hey, a familiar face that I haven't had the opportunity to see in a while. Gragas coming back out here definitely could be very good at playing some of the weak side tank and also has the opportunity to really disrupt a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I really like Gragas here. Gragas is something that we haven't seen all that much. I will say there is one glaring weakness here for the Gragas is there is a Morgana on the enemy team and now Ezreal. So Meals will be picking up the Brand, which is really, really cool. Ezreal doesn't have the best time dealing with Garen, so this will be a fun exercise in can my AD carry not get run down by a greedy little Baron laner?
I don't personally know, but hey, look at that. The Orianna does officially come through here in response. Not quite on Cloud9, but it does find its way back towards Sentinels, as we had definitely Alpha himself here. So definitely have quite the composition in terms of securing the setup for majority of these fights here. One major misstep from Cloud9, and you will easily be picked apart here.
Oh!
Tarzan's back on Ezreal. It's the Ezreal Tarzan. Okay.
Oh! I forgot about this. This happened so long ago that we're getting
I remember
Ezreal jungle.
Played in Rift Masters.
I don't know how you felt about that game, but I wasn't exactly the happiest camper. Cloud9 yet again going with marksman in the jungle. It isn't Vayne. It isn't Kai'Sa like we saw this weekend. It's gonna be the Ezreal. If they early invade, it's kind of difficult. And since there's no Lee Sin, they did kind of prepare for this. Sentinels could still go for a level 1. It is a little dangerous. They don't have as much damage as someone like Cloud9, so we're getting some spicy stuff here. It's potentially the last game here.
In their loss at Rift Masters here, they had drafted out Renekton, Ezreal, Ziggs, Lucian, Nami. Last time around that we saw that pick come through from Tarzan, and they faltered in the face of some big notables like the Galleys and whatnot. But either way, I still have faith here for Tarzan, but this can easily be picked apart here, especially by a composition that just doesn't falter in the face of your damage if you get put behind.
If they go for an early or if they go for a late invade onto this, could be very problematic. Selma on the Gragas support is going to have a really tough time on this in the roles here, as they're going to try and go for a level 1 trade, beginning just doing a flay, but I mean, this is a pretty good trade, I think, if you're from Cloud9. They need to, yeah. I think they wanted to just pool the minions so that they would start hitting Sentinels creeps a little faster and maybe try to force C9 away, but don't really lose all that much for it.
One big person I'm, of course, going to be looking at for this game, other than Tarzan, is going to be that response from Sheesh. We've seen a notable level of aggression every single time around from him in the jungle, most notably being that of that Olaf time and time again, kind of giving what is the face that Shell you like to talk about here for the Sentinels composition and what usually runs them down here. Sheesh definitely is going to need a little bit more time in terms of Fiora, but with the scaling can be just as scary and, as I like to call her, really unmatchable.
Yeah, think about how cool this is, though, for Fiora, right? Like, you get to play not only like a really good like melee carry that, similar to a Jax, if you give some resources over to, will just carry a game. But
like
also you have Orianna, and you have a Morgana that gives you so much in terms of utility, as Molly getting forced upon.
Big flash found there. Follow up through the burst. Selma on the backside, able to find the slow with the cask. Woo! It's a big kill, but it wasn't quite the first blood there. And the exhaust now straight onto the Fiora. It's Tarzan coming up from the jungle to punish. Jungle Imano.
Oh my god. Cloud9, really good answer there. They knew that Sheesh would be going for an invade. So what do? They just immediately answer. They have Selma roam on up. They have Brand, who can very easily kind of stand the test of wave clear versus someone like the Morgana. And Sentinels, they just get punished. Molly, with that early rotation, gets caught out by Jace. This is a really fun matchup that we've seen time and time again as we get the replay here. Beginnings, I don't know if maybe this was a miscommunication or just wasn't like really looking.
Split.
yeah, like this Lantern could have came out a lot sooner and potentially saved Molly.
Either
Goes
way,
from bad to worse.
I think the best thing about this one from Cloud9 here is the fact that they were on the horizontal end going for the counter with the blue, knowing that it would be picked up in response. So they already had that information on their mind. But the speed at which they rotated to match that fight was so fast. I mean, there wasn't a hesitation.
My. Oh, no!
Oh, no! Unable to find the dive, the setup quickly, old school, easily responds there. Will be caught by the Dark Bind, straight into Soul Shackles, able to walk out a nice cast. Will push this fight away as Selma is able to front a majority of that damage. I love the usage there of that Gragas. This is where it really gets to shine.
Old School didn't even have ultimate during that fight. He didn't level it at level 5, so he picked it up for level 6. He didn't have the Pyroclasm available to him, so that was just a straight up like basic ability difference. And Sheesh getting punished. I like the aggressive play. I like that we're seeing good Lantern plays come out from beginnings, but trying to get your Fiora back out of the kind of the trench that they find themselves in here puts them even further behind. So it's only about 1,000, but Dragon is now spawning, and you have an empowered bot lane in this brand, and across the board, C9 are making item completions faster.
If I was Sen and I knew the setup was already in position for this Drake, I might turn my way towards the Rift, especially since you don't really have that kind of early advantage to take for the fight at this current point here. Shisha's already on that Rift, and actually we are seeing the full rotation, so they are happy to have the trade go down.
Tarzane is really far ahead at this point now. Not only does he have... It's all an experience because Sheesh is only now going to be hitting level 7 off of the Rift Herald. You see immediately Sentinels, they recognize, hey, we need to make a mad dash for some gold. We need to get some gold in our pocket. So, not even using the Rift Herald.
No.
They're going to get the start before it even spawns. They want to try and get first brick. Oh, it's so close! Picture!
They find it!
Oh my god.
They'll pick up the Rift. The Rift might have been a bit of a waste here. They're going to have to push for this tier 2, and quick respawn will be Old School, and that's a bit of a misnomer in terms of the utilization there.
They still get the first turret, but it's so close, and it may be just because Rift Herald was there, there's no minion turret protection, so if you see the little turrets right now, they have the shield. If enemy minions are nearby, it is like much harder to take. So maybe it was the Rift Herald that just like prevented that, but still, it's all up and up here for Cloud9.
True. Still finding success in their own response. Gold is being funneled back a little bit over here. Bit of some questionability in terms of where that damage will reside for the Sentinels composition. Trinity is, of course, found here for Sheesh, so maybe a little bit more competitive in terms of taking fights there. You already see them setting up on the bot is now Baron lane. Selma to find knock as MTS to run under turret. This is what I was talking about, this Dragon lane, the engage under turret.
Ooh.
Sheesh finding a very nice response in combo with Molly there.
Yeah, I was wondering what was happening because I saw the fight topside, and then I saw Molly's
ult
go black,
Dragon,
and I was like, Rest also doesn't have flash for some reason. They're going to try and repeat this.
Ooh, good explosive gas to pull that one back. Beginnings is burning down. Able to dodge the True Shot Barrage, but Meals to follow up from behind. The Demacian Justice, not quite enough damage, but maybe the Ignite will do so. Oh, just stops short of that, and now Meals is going to be able to come out alive here. 2 big kills picked up from C9.
Yep, picking up 2 kills, as well as being able to kind of slam that wave under the turret, prevent Sentinels from picking up any of that golden experience. As well as on the flip side, they did get another turret there on the Dragon in Dragon Tier 1. Sheesh was able to pick up that gold, so really good for them and getting their young jungler ahead, trying to get to that the Blade of the Ruin King completion. But the rest of the map is in shambles. Cloud9 looking really, really strong in this game 4 right now, as Ezreal is turbo fed. Even with Set being behind, he is still such a resilient champion to break. Yeah.
Still far too much, and there's no real source of, like I said, damage. You are beginning to see a bit of a resurgence in terms of gold now that Fiora being the highest fed carry in terms of what's out there, just reaching 7,000 at this current moment. So potentially something for Sentinels to still play around on. We saw the setup available from the combo on Mally in that bot lane. Throw that through with something like Beginnings, and you get the wombo that we're more notably looking for. The problem is there's so many angles you've got to cover. It's a quick disruption from Selma, and then with that spread, it could be Meals, Tarzan, or even Zalo when he finally is back online that will quickly find a return there.
And so now Meals has this cool option playing as a lethality carry where he gets to go Knight's Veil and kind of negate a lot of the first damage tools that maybe Sentinels could use. Like the binding doesn't do much. Selma, I don't know why you would issue the grand challenge against a Gragas, but it gets called and it gets answered.
Hey, it still gets it.
Okay.
I mean,
Pyroclasm is gone as well. This is 10 seconds before an Infernal Drake. Really good find from Sentinels. Flash gone from Orianna. This is getting messy now.
Mally still has what will be that Shockwave and the Shell Shackle combo into the face of this fight. Meals is caught through there. If MTS maybe had been a little bit more closer in position, might have been able to catch. They're still going to throw the exhaust as Death Sentence does find its way over the wall. Still, Tarzan with a huge source of damage pulls back here, going to kite this one out as the flash comes back over its way. Still, it's a big split here from Cloud9 that will be capitalized upon as Sentinels find potentially Selma's big with the knockup. I love the riposte there to keep Sheesh alive in the face of that ultimate. It's enough damage to stop Sentinels from picking up this dragon. It's a good resurgence of play.
I think if Tarzan was not playing Ezreal jungle, they would have gone for that dragon. But knowing that he can throw mystic shots over the wall, they decide, no, we're not going to go for it. We're going to reset, come back out onto the map. And Sentinels, they should have item completions here that are favorable for them. Selma's going to get Grand Challenge again.
That's a huge pick to be down once again in the face of Dragon, and the Death Sentence lands straight onto Tarzan. He already used what was the dash, and he can't find his way out. Beginnings will fall, but the rest of the composition from Cloud9 is quickly punished and forfeit. They're going to pick up Tier 1 as well as the Drake here, and even Meals will fall as well.
Look, everybody gets one game. It happened to me last game. You called it too soon this time around.
I'll take it.
Look, I'll take it. We get one. But
everybody gets one, Peter.
Sentinels now are firmly in the driver's seat. Molly has finished the Seraph's Embrace, so now that is a huge point of contention, as this Orianna should almost never die unless the rest of her team is dead. And that pick yet again onto Selma ends up going down. The rest of his team is engaging. I thought that was a good look for Cloud9. Not in the sense that Selma got picked, but they're coming back out onto the map into a dragon that hasn't been taken. And Old School has the Pyroclasm again. That was something that they were missing in the last fight, but they just got completely dogpiled there. MTS and Sheesh are just huge monsters in these skirmishes.
Yeah, Sheesh had a little bit of a slow start, but like I said, was able to accumulate a lot of that gold. Majorly attributed to a little bit of support there from Mally. And now, with the aggression that they put down here on the blue side of jungle, are able to secure the entirety of this rift himself. It is going to be a force back from MTS to match the dragon lane here, but Sheesh now knowing that they do have numbers advantages back onto Selmar to find the kill. Once again, the cask is able to find its way out, but Rest with the soul shackles will stop the fight from persisting any farther. Mally is available here. Big flash from Beginnings, unable to find the distance as MTS finally arrives. The box to slow. Sheesh back in with a little bit of health here as he finds forward onto Tarzan. Not quite enough damage as Old School and Tarzan do find the escape here, but still, Sentinels rift down. They are low, Dimitri.
Oh no, and look at this. They're getting gold. The showstopper?
Oh, the showstopper! It still isn't enough. How?
It's just a TV. It's a TiVo remote pause. It doesn't do anything right there. They get low. They kill no one. Sentinels walk out with so much gold in their back pocket. They got the dragon. They got the Rift Herald. And, I mean, Cloud9, their only answer is that they finally got that Tier 2 in bot lane, but it invested Zelo's flash. And after coming back out onto the map, he immediately goes down. You mentioned it just now, but Sheesh, weak early game, immediately fights back and is now a huge proponent to why Sentinels are now poised to win this.
And the rest of the composition has come online as well to a degree. MTS being a major, a dominant Titan being on that Garen, being a source of that front line that prevents them from stepping up. And the same, you can see sources like Mally finally that Orianna, it can be just as dangerous to say something like the poke from a Zigzag, but oh my god! In the midst of the jungle here, Sheesh to pick up a solo kill, Senpai to go down, Tarzane can't even run away, Zelo the next to fall here. Sentinels are just crushing it.
They're just running at them. Like, no one can deal with this Fiora. There's no hard crowd control aside from Selma and Zelo. Aside from that, it's all skill shot based, except for maybe the Gulf Swing.
This is it.
This is the game.
There's no time on the board for the respawn. The wave isn't quite there, and Sentinels, they're going to want to finish it off clean, pull back to the Baron. I think, personally, they could have found a win there, given how strong that they are, but technically, a lot of the major tools in terms of those cooldowns were not available, so a major fight may have not played into it.
It would have been dicey. They definitely
would have been a little
playing
close.
on the edge. They wouldn't have been able to end the game on the opposite side, so they wouldn't have lost all that much except for a ton of gold and access to this Baron.
Yeah,
But
so I think it's
yeah.
a better decision.
It's fine, you know, but Sentinels are 100% poised to win this game at this point. The Selma engages are not hitting like they used to, and Old School, he's not being given enough space to really carry this game. To say that...
Not at all, is now. Zelo picked up the Mossing Justice. Tarzane doing pipsqueak damage here. Sheesh is low, but he's already out of the fight as Selma will now have to look for a source of escape as he finds a way under turret. Gargoyles to keep him a little bit healthy here, but Beginnings forces this one down with the box. And
No,
look at them. They can take as many turret shots as they want, apparently.
Oh my god. You see what I was talking about, though, as the Ezreal? This is where part of the game is, can I win against these? That's a straight-up solo kill from Molly. They get the dragon. They're going to keep ending it.
GG.
That's it.
Don't even need the Baron. Well done, Sentinels. In the face of what was a tough start to this one, quickly find a great victory, not just here, but overall tonight in our Wild Rift fight.
There you go. Fight Night Rift is completed for this week. Sentinels have found a win here. I mean, it's good to see them thriving here, especially as the number 2 seed, the highest seed that we have here at the Fight Night. And you can see it reflected in the gold graph. It was almost 3,500. Cloud9 looking to potentially take us to a Game 5. But Sentinels scale on through. Sheesh has a performance to save them all, basically. Comes back, has a major resurgence. And they just stomped them. Like, you were talking about how even the game was for a little bit and how Cloud9 were looking good. It's 22-7.
At some point, 10 minutes in there, Sheesh took a chill pill and found what was the bag and then secured it.
Yep.
After that point, it was just, like you like to say, just throwing money at the problem there, far and above just a stat stick ahead. And the craziest thing about that composition is the fact that it really doesn't work unless Sheesh is in kind of a forward foot. It completely falls apart, and that's why we were maybe even chopping up the game to be over, especially when we saw Sheesh in such a bad position within those first 5 to 8 minutes of the game. So the fact that he was able to route that one back and pick it up, I mean, that's great.
And it comes off of picks onto the Gragas, right? Like, once they find their hard engaged, once the Gragas is no longer available to body slam and disrupt this team, the game falls apart. It took one pick. It took one pick for them to get the dragon. Selma respawns, come out on the map. She says, "Oh, cool, another kill." Goes right into Rift Tail, take the mid turret, and they just in a solid line of plays. It takes 2 kills and just completely turn around the entire game state.
Well, there you have it. Sentinels still picking up some major wins for themselves here. Confirm if I'm wrong, but they, of course, will be making their way over the majors in the US or something.
Yeah. But this is a fight night. We don't care about that. We're here to fight. We won't see them for like another 2 weeks. We get to see some replays.
I think it's fair to say that what was expected in terms of a dominant performance from Sentinels came true at the end of the day.
Thankfully for them, right? Because they were one game away. They were one game away.
You're right. You're right.
Like, we weren't sure if they were going to win against Cloud9. They lost to Suzaku, and then the Cloud9 game was the Infinity. We were like, oh, we don't know what's going to happen here. It could have potentially have happened. I'm just honestly, I'm happy for the Sentinels boys and the Cloud9 guys. They're probably taking this one in stride. Like, they did just come off of not being able to qualify, so getting these reps in is always important, and looking forward to the next qualifier is always going to be, in my mind, more important.
Right. It's always a learning experience, and especially for the Cloud9 roster, who, in my opinion, is still kind of trying to fish out what will be their identity moving forward here for the rest of their performance in Wild Rift. I think that's going to be something to look at, and these fight nights are great for doing so. So while they may not come out on top of the victory, hey, second place can be just as good, especially if you're learning something from the experience.
We just get to see the highlight clips. This is when Cloud9 were looking strong, right? Like, they're finding kills, they're constantly diving under turrets, and we had a little bit of doubt. We were like, we may be going to Game 5 Poggers.
Game 5.
Yeah, and then eventually it just breaks out. Hopefully we get one of those plays. And this right here, I mean, you get to just see Sheesh completely unleashed, right? Like, they're going for it. Tarzane cannot kind of get back in there. And I love what I've been seeing from Sentinels so far in the last couple of days. They've looked revitalized as a team, and a team that I think a lot of people can kind of get behind as challenging some of the old guard that we had from 2021.
Absolutely here. And personally, I think it's a roster to compete against the best, especially looking towards the future here of the Sentinels. I think they can go toe-to-toe when we talk about players or teams like Tribe Gaming, as well as Immortals, who are a tough matchup to be sure.
Sure, and everybody, if you've been watching the Fight Nights throughout the week, we are getting ready for an interview here with Molly. This is a first for us. We haven't been able to get them so far. A lot of the gamers are shy. It happens. Exactly.
Me too.
So, Molly, are you here, bud?
Hello?
Hello. What's up, gamer?
Howdy.
What's up?
What's up? Okay, so coming off of that win, we're gonna avoid the "how are you feeling" question. What happened this weekend against Immortals? Like, are you guys still feeling like you guys could have won that game, or like here coming in a fight night?
I mean, it was definitely winnable against Immortals this weekend, but I mean, they played well. We just weren't playing our best, honestly, too, though. I think we were a little nervous, too, and tired from the previous games.
Okay. Makes sense.
That's fair in that regard there. And I got to ask you, especially coming into the back end against what then built up to be quite the series against Cloud9, what was something that separated that level, that feeling, that tiredness? Where were you guys coming in terms of the pacing for tonight itself?
Wait, sorry, what do you mean?
Was there a direction that you guys were approaching tonight's fight from, especially after coming off the back end?
I think we were just playing a lot more confident and making decisions together. And kind of like against Immortals, we definitely like were scared to make decisions and like kind of execute them. And it kind of felt like we weren't even like playing the game. But I think tonight we were able to bring back our confidence and actually make decisions and play the game.
So, was that is someone in the team leading that exercise, or is that just like in between games, Pierce is muting you guys all in the Discord chat and just getting, grabbing the proverbial belt?
I mean, Pierce definitely helps a lot with like our confidence, and like he's a really good coach. But I think it was also a difference between teams. I think especially IMT especially has some really good players like Lebmont and Gume, who are kind of scary to play against sometimes. So
yeah, his Lee Sin's pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I think that's fair in its own right, but you had a dominant performance yourself. We saw a lot of aggressive play coming out from you tonight. Was there kind of a direction that it came from? I know you were capitalizing on a lot of those kind of backline picks that we saw here, something like the Ziggs as well as a few of those others, but how do I say this?
I believe in you, Zephyr. I believe in you.
I'm trying my best. I'm doing my best in terms of interviews here. Was there a direction where that particularly came from in terms of putting you on something with that level of control, kind of being a carry here for that Sentinels roster?
I mean, most of the times I like to kind of play assassins or like kind of dive champs, even though they ended up banning like Diana, Akali every game, so it did
Everything.
make it
Dude.
kind of harder to
They
do
were
that.
punishing your butt, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do like to play those dive champs and like kind of engage or like look for their backline a lot of the times.
Yeah, we can tell. You're a melee specialist. We love seeing
Worked
you
really
play
well.
it. Yeah. So, Molly, before we let you go, is there anybody you want to shout out? Maybe shout out your socials. Maybe give a team member a good boost.
Well, my Twitter is Mally 2_, and then
True.
I want to shout out my team and especially Pierce because I think he helped the team improve a lot and made us like where we are today.
That's awesome to hear. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm sure Pierce and the rest of the team will really appreciate that. Well, thank you, Molly. Congratulations again on winning today, and hopefully we'll see you in 2 weeks for the major.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Zephyr, that is the end of our show here tonight.
Right.
Thank you to Giant Slayer and for everybody here on the production side for Fight Night Rift. This would not be possible without them and the viewers like yourself at home. Zephyr, do you have any final thoughts for the day?
It was an absolute pleasure getting the opportunity to take a moment of respite away from all the firefights and shooting that is Apex Legends and get to find a little bit of passion and some love, not only towards Wild Rift, but also being reunited with a good friend.
Oh, thank you, man. That's really nice of you. We're here. It'll be another 2 years before you get another cast.
Another 2 years. Let's go.
Everybody at home, if you want more Wild Rift action this weekend, we have the second qualifiers for WNS, and on next Tuesday, we will have the beginning of a brand new podcast with myself and Smacks and Excoundrel joining us for Rift Reload. Do not miss. It's going to be 7 p.m. still on this channel, Giant Slayer TV. Thank you for everybody to coming out. I've been AlkBattery. We've had Zephyr here. Have a good night. Be good to each other.